There. Oh dear. Oh. They're tripling in. Faster. Come on. I don't like waiting. Oh. I'm a complete imbecile. I should probably save the project and close them down. Doesn't help having free Unity projects on my screen. Seriously. Oh gosh, I'm so stupid. I should probably take care of that right away. Let's try a quick restart. Hope and hope that it's gonna work better. Well, if anyone is already watching, I hope this is gonna be an interesting day, though. Who knows? We never know exactly how things are gonna go. Much better. First order first. Let's take a quick test on the combat model, making sure that it was updated accordingly. Uploads or a Kuragari combat, because I did do a quick update about that one, so let's take a quick test. Okay, okay. Test again. Okay, so I cannot use this one. Instead, I will take that one to page 1. When time comes. Then we might as well get our music going, as we usually have. Still doing a little bit of setup, that's why we haven't really gone proper live yet, as we normally would do. Where's my playlists? Truth I only play one of the many songs on the playlist, though. One I typically play is the best one for you, just casual. Okay, should I use this one today? Nah, I think Tengu Wall works better instead of Tengu Village.
Hmm.
Hi, honey bun. I'm still loading you, so can't see you yet properly.
Hi. Oh.
Ah, now we can see you.
Okay.
It took me a little bit of time because I had to restart because I did the stupid. I decided to launch
What did you
everything
do?
when I had 3 Unity projects open. Before I even had saved them. So that also took some processing power to even to just save the projects.
What did I do?
Boop. I booped you first. Suffer.
The fingers get chomped every time they're put in my face. Ow.
You're too slow.
Ah. Ow. Ah. Oh.
Wait a second. Are you shorter than me? Okay, I had to make sure because I'm like, I don't remember this being the case.
He's here.
You good?
Uh-huh.
Triangle have an ass. What do you mean?
You're still blue. There you go. You were still the rhombus, whatever shape. Whatever the fuck the shape is.
Oh, that's what I forgot to do.
You know what shape I was? I know. Flame.
Setting. Hello, bestie.
Hello, Chaos Gremlin.
Hello, bestie. Chaos Gremlin. I am a Chaos Gremlin.
I'm so aware.
I was like, why are you so much shorter than me? It's because I place-based up to get a photo of this fucker for school photos.
Slowly rebuilding the list.
Yeah. So far getting everyone.
Yeah, thanks to your list, I'm like realizing like, oh, I barely interacted with a certain house.
Oh, it's so great, isn't it?
Yeah, like it helps keeping track of like, okay, who's where.
Yeah, and then when we get other NPCs, like let's say, when we actually interact with the captains, I'm gonna add their picture also to the tier list, but their symbol will be their like cult background symbol.
If I'm not mistaken, there is a limit on how many that can be actually on the list, so prioritizing.
Don't worry, I haven't hit it before, and I had a tier list with 80 characters.
Okay.
Like, if I go over to Lunacore, how many did you have, Lunacore, back in the olden days? You. Yeah. This one has double what we had, and it still didn't hit the limit. This one has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 rows. 7 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, 7 times 14, how much is that?
More than enough.
Yeah, I think we'll be okay.
I didn't come on to do maths.
Nah, do math for me right now. I'm doing specifically like NPCs of importance and then PCs for people who show up. Like if people just never show up for this entire season, then I have no reason to add it. But if we have other PCs who show up, then that's usually how I end up doing it. And then if a character dies, they get a grayed out portrait and their picture's updated. So yippee.
I see.
Poke.
I just stepped on you there, sorry. You're so tiny,
Poke.
Poking a
Okay,
dark
again.
user with a dark
Who are
sword.
you calling tiny?
Yeah, thank you for healing me, I guess?
Poke. Technically, it would still fucking hurt because it's a sword.
Yeah, it's like, ow, thanks for healing the damage, but ow, fuck you.
Oh, fuck you. Thanks for healing. Ow, fuck you.
Literally, listen,
Well,
I'm happy now because technically we can spar out right now. I remember you mentioned she was worried about overusing shadow magic on him, but I have now gotten certain things on his sheet fixed, so now I heal from lightning or dark magic, but I have 5 elemental weaknesses.
I see.
This is my trade-off. Also why I suffered against Mal, because wind magic is a weakness for lightning users.
Oh. So we're a second element.
5 elements, let's go! I got wind, fire, water, clay, light.
Yeah, let me sure that dirty clay users stay on that side.
Yeah, just go over there, stinkies. Fucking clay users. Even better knowing now that his brother's a fucking fusion fire wind user, and then his sister is a dual wind nature user.
I see.
My brother helped train me how to fight. Yippee!
I have the acro on face, now I have the sword.
No, no. Ah. Ah.
Use it just like this.
He died. Ah.
Okay, now you need to die.
Bean. Nice.
Hey, be nice.
Put your knife away. Put your fucking knife away.
Oh dear.
The only reason I really use it during this is like I know fucking animation.
Is that the water user, the user who waters? And
Yeah.
be nice.
Oh, hang on, I'm thirsty. Let me just borrow this real quick.
Yeah. Drink the water. Drink the water. Oh, their water's half empty. Hey, can you like refill their tank? It's like half empty. up there, you know?
Your tank's a little empty.
Yeah, their
Here,
their
I-
head is really crusty.
Yeah, fill them
Can
up.
you, like- yeah, fill them up. Thank you. There we go. Now they're less crusty.
There you go.
Where are you crawling?
The mine back.
No.
Hang on, HD's being loud. Give me a second. Give me a second. HD's being loud.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's because I'm doing it with 2 hands. It doesn't like it. Okay, now here we go.
Oh.
Why is it aiming actually? Why is it not aiming right?
That is a good question.
When you did the school outfit.
Yeah, let me do it like that.
Yeah, it's me. What's up?
Can you guys hear everybody?
What did you do?
here.
I was gonna say, you need to get closer.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's not aiming correctly.
No shit.
Aiming straight.
Your purple rose in the community.
Continuously gassed him into thinking what he was saying was right and agreeing with him, which caused him to probably go on the curse.
Boop. Fine. Hi.
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 That's the only one he's saying.
Huh?
Just the beginning.
Huh?
The nanosecond I heard the fucking the headmistress
Stop
say,
it.
any invite is the hit of the world. I was like,
Fine.
This is not
yeah,
good.
okay.
Like, that is literally, and then literally everyone the very next time was like, Kiev was like, no.
Yeah.
Kiev says dumb shit, and everyone's like, fuck you.
One of my favorite things is seeing Kyo walk up behind me in my mirror because slime was concealed around them because of dark eyes. Speaking out loud, watching them leave to say that they heard you talk. Walking around the entire map in slime mode around all of them, and then approaching from the opposite direction they said I was in, and making everyone think that I'm lying.
Huh. Interesting.
Violence. Except I can't, because you don't have the avatar prop thing on it.
No, I don't.
Damn it.
Violent.
Hello.
It's the sword that he
Hello,
made out of
roommate.
Ramana.
Hello.
Oh god, not you. Oh fucking Christ.
Chloe. I'm not in the mood for beefing right now.
Yeah, it's not.
My computer's on a fucking lifeline.
What do you mean it's on a lifeline? Are you good? Are you okay?
Everyone's still. There's like 50 people that are still loading in.
Oh,
I crashed.
This is why I joined the burst.
I don't even know if I can. Can I stream like this?
Probably.
No, if it's this horrible passive, no, you cannot stream it because I even tried
It's
to
probably
load
not a
this
good
world in and people's
idea.
model was loaded in at the same time. I've been
know.
unable to do that type of shit.
I'm fine with, I'm always fine, of course.
It's when I have to load in this desktop first before anything. Because then it loads everyone's models before anything.
Oh, damn it. Oh, there it is.
I'm lounging to the maximum.
I need to start loading in. I mean, might as well before just like standing for fucking ever. Because I load it on desktop really fast, but on VR everything's
over
really
there,
slow.
I brought down all of the shit off of my bed downstairs.
I still
Because
feel
I
like
get
shit
cold
for not
easily.
joining yesterday, but
So I
I
quill
would
my
You're fine.
pillows, all my comfy shit.
Nice.
You're fine.
Lovely.
I have a beanbag on top of a mattress.
Yeah, pretty much.
Ah.
Just the essence of comfy.
I just lay on my
Beanbag.
fucking shoulder. make them suffer.
Feels like so. I made sure to split with the blue. Why is it yellow?
He would explain that the blue is basically a standby mode. It doesn't conduct too much magic, like passively. However, the yellow is more like active, like more always prepared. It's just to help, like, it's to help the amount of mana if need be. It can always be on yellow. However, it just sometimes turns blue when he's chilling out.
Yeah, it's like, you know, you don't need to always stand. Sometimes it's nice to just sit down.
Yeah, he just says that it's always on yellow mainly because it's the school, we're always training, or amount to be training.
See, we're in the same boat, because, you know, just...
Yeah.
This is my friend now. Believe this guy?
I believe him, he's so weird.
Can't believe him. Fucking weird. It is fun standing all the way out here and just watching the chaos unfold.
It's always chaos.
Hello, bestie. Slowly,
There she
we're
is,
getting
it's the
everyone in
lady!
session. Which lady? There's a lot of ladies.
The lady. The only lady in the circle besides Averill.
Oh, I was looking out there. I was like, where? Where's the lady?
Oh,
I'm
no.
fucking stupid.
Stupid. They're right here. Dun da da.
No.
Yeah.
That's fair. Also, I'm realizing, with both of you, by the way, most of the people in Valkyrie cannot heal me without hurting me.
Oh.
It's fine, you guys are my healers now.
Huh?
It's fine.
I think that's concerning if that's the case. Don't you think so too?
Because most of them are either wind, water, or light for their casting, for healing.
Mm-hmm.
Just give me lightning, which is a bit more risky, but it works. Or darkness. There's the solution.
Stab him!
I'm healed!
So
Fuck, I
what
wanna
I'm
fight
hearing
him
is
now.
basically me and Lance basically he needs healing. Time to just open fire.
Literally.
Lance just boom, 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 boom. The one JJK image of the dude like punching the other dude out super violently. It's just
Thank you. Oh, thank you. Fuck you.
Oh, I know.
Because like,
Blitz is hurt. Okay. Just lay him down here. Just creates that rune and just lay him on top of there.
You see him go like
It's probably
flying
gonna
in
be
the air for them, just
horrible, though. I
thank you. Just gonna float
guess.
back down slowly. It's fine. I have wings. I can't fly. I'll float.
Thank you. That is really funny to think about though. Just alright, healing time.
It's fine.
I'm afraid of doing 2 spars with you guys and then everyone's gonna try and jump me. That's the idea of like I know how this works in these kinds of role plays. One person spars and then someone else has a spar and then she's gonna go down from there.
Yeah, I'm excited because I'm just gonna turn off the lightning toggle so then I can just spar you, but also just link constant lightning.
Meanwhile, I'll be like, oh, I'm gonna need to focus.
I wanted to focus on fighting, not casting, so I'm just gonna, you know, not cast magic so I can
Meanwhile,
fight
Lance
easier.
essentially deflecting your electricity like fuck.
Fuck!
Yeah.
It's even worse because it's just.
You suck.
Weave a
It's gonna
gas,
be hard to-
motherfucker! Oh yeah, I just accidentally breathe in lightning. You're like, this hurts. Fuck this, fuck this, fuck this. Quality control.
Oh.
And then I can't do much other than just.
Tap with grenade shrink. Oh.
Is that the mo- Hey, Pookie, how are you? You handsome man.
I fucking love milk dog.
Oh, chat. Goodbye, chat.
Dude, I drank a glass of milk earlier with ice.
Nah.
Speed Spider-Man!
Can't escape from your sins.
Shut up. I will. Watch me. Yeah? Get up here.
Cereal.
I will get a bibble and just fucking throw it at you.
Shut up!
Listen, I'm seen as racist against dangerous.
Thank you. First thing, triangle button. It turns off the music to the map. So if you want to do that, there's the button. This does not include the bees, though. The bees are eternal. The bees are eternal.
Love the bees.
Choose me to sing.
Oh, that's better.
Besides that, I did the bees. Update as usual. I fixed the spawn box, obviously. Besides that, just let you guys know, our character morning announcements will be a little delayed. It should be happen like 15-30 minutes from now. Anything else out of character-wise? Oh yeah, I'm gonna shrink those buttons down so it's gonna be less it's gonna be more short people friendly later.
Just get taller.
Can you make them larger?
I did have time to look over the house thing, so you guys still might have to use the open thing. I know, I'm sorry, I'll get to it eventually. And I believe that's it. Everything else you'll find out in character.
Alrighty. Can you make those buttons larger?
Yeah, can you like raise them up so sure people can't touch them? Yeah, just make them really high. Yeah, make them like you're open and blind people accessible.
So you all don't know what to press.
Put them on the ceiling in the different corners.
You're one of the short ones.
April Fool's update, you can only enter the map by one corner. Supremacy.
Go!
Have them all different speeds.
Let's go.
What you do, okay, you make them all different buttons, but have the first letter of each race on them.
Why?
That way no one knows.
Just a suggestion. Instead of just using like typical boxes for the buttons, why not create a simple UI?
Cause I don't know how to do that.
If you want, I can help you with a basic one. Because then I thought I would suggest that, because then as long as they can just use the normal UI thing, they can use that.
I'm a firm believer of if it works, but you know, if we want to get less complicated.
Here's your map assistant. Here's your map assistant.
Stop forcing her to. Stop forcing her to volunteer.
To be honest, it wouldn't be actually forcing because she loves doing map work.
Fair.
Let's ignore the fact that I had 3 maps open before this entire RP started.
I accidentally jumped and I got stuck to the wall.
Wait,
Well, see you.
I just jumped.
It's alright.
You having fun up there, Cube? I see.
Good morning.
Good morning, I suppose.
Did you rest well?
I suppose one might say.
That is good. I am somewhat worried about the others. There have been several that have been running around and overexerting themselves.
If they choose to waste their energies, then they may do so. As long as it's not required for them to be used elsewhere.
I do suppose. It was probably against the hopes of the Academy to have people wearing themselves down too quickly.
I mean...
Is outside a notebook?
From what I've seen, they've almost seemingly have infinite energy to spend, considering how often they decide to, you know, spend it all in one go.
Perhaps.
Truth of the matter is, sure, some of them actually do need rest, though sometimes one may question if that's really is the case.
Perhaps I simply do not know the proper traditions here yet. I was hoping to have more information over the past week. But
Information
I at least have some
about
theories
what?
about our enemy.
Oh. Those cultists?
Yes. I've been attempting to at least discern what the nature of the artifact that we have is, and what may be the reason for using spirits.
I see. So you're trying to learn it off the artifact? By its sounds of things?
Yes. And from the Dreamweaver spirit, as it is still currently bound to it. It will not allow me to glean it.
So you're saying that you literally go and talk to a fallen foe?
Yes. It was at least somewhat educational.
Oh, do tell. If you don't mind, that is.
Perhaps this is a better group explanation. I do not know who Kyo has told yet. But it is
Kyo.
probably best to get everyone on the same page, yes. He
I
wished to speak with it, and I joined him in order to make sure that the spirit did not cause harm and also potentially to be able to glean it. Despite the circumstances, I believe that at least most of the information we received was accurate.
Oh? How can you be so certain?
I have spent a significant portion of my life being among spirits, listening to them, noting what their excessive emotion is, and being able to glean insight from them. This particular spirit does not want to be tied to us as much as we do not want them here on the campus. They also seem to have animosity towards the leader of the cult for forcing them into what they are right now.
Is that so? Well, that's interesting to hear.
I am hoping that, at least, knowing this and what he could provide will give us some more insight into the cult's activities and what they intend to do, what we may be up against. Though unfortunately, it seems that whatever curse is on him, tying him to the artifact, may physically keep him from telling us everything we need to know.
So we're dealing with annoying and curses, so it's good to know that the fallen foes sometimes are loose-lipped. That I find interesting. And amusing.
If one has been betrayed by someone they considered... I suppose they called him the Father. If one is betrayed by their leader and forced out of what they joined the cult in order to do, it is to be expected that their emotions, especially as a spirit, would counter their willingness to be a part of such a thing anymore.
I suppose that their way of atonement then is to divulge what they can.
It is not a means of atonement for him. He simply wishes to, I suppose, spite his former employer.
I suppose. Amusing.
He believes that the Gorgon spirit is no longer within the cycle, which I do not believe to be true. That would go against everything we have been taught about the planet's core and the mana. One does not simply disappear from the cycle itself.
Well, you would probably have the most insight in regard to that. As you said yourself, your entire clan dedicates yourself to that sort of work.
I'm hoping to learn what this cult is attempting to do with the spirits. To be able to create them so easily and use them as tools is very taboo. I do not know how exactly they are doing it.
I can just imagine.
But I suppose most of this information is best within a group. I do not know who all Q has told yet, but apparently not you.
This is
Perhaps we
literally
should
the
gather for a
first.
meeting at some point.
Because
I was hoping to at least get some more information before I brought my findings to the group.
For bear in mind, sharing the information is probably the wisest idea. Are we not supposed to work all together?
This is what I am assuming. Though it is also best not to provide false information.
Of course, of course. The credibility of it. It's gonna be interesting to hear. And I expect good results from someone that's an expert within that field.
I can only provide what I know so far. And potentially some options for what it could be. Whether I am correct or not, I suppose time will tell.
I'm looking forward to it.
I at least gathered my notes. Well, perhaps I should find Kyo and see who he has spoken to, and we can gather people for a meeting later.
It's also art morning announcement soon. Question mark.
This is true. We should most probably get food.
Also, Mr. Cube, I think it's gonna be an interesting day. Also, you might, if you were to speak, I think you might have been spoken in echoes. Though that is if you were even capable of. Your writing is certainly doubled.
The flux works in strange ways.
It does.
Shall we?
I suppose. No point in lingering here. So it's gonna be interesting to see where they shoot.
Good morning.
Immediately just write something down on a piece of paper and put it in the box.
I don't know what they're looking for.
I guess the question is, are they withholding information or not?
Anymore? Rather not. Test my luck.
Say that.
As humorous as it may be.
It would be humorous to watch, however, I would like you not to get expelled by the school.
Exactly.
Preferably not yet.
What do you mean preferably not now?
You can only stop an eventuality for so long.
Something you say you're gonna be tired and like throwing your fruit.
I'm trying not to pull a Chio and sleep on the bench.
Here as long as I am.
I'll wake you. I'll keep you to it then. You have some nice Chio
Yeah, I remember last year when an old student, Chio, she always used to take fucking cat naps on the bench before announcements.
This means I have to be a bit more different approach on things. Plus, this tea should help. I need a bit of a... I treat it like my coffee, so I add a little bit more sweetener, a little bit more kick to it. Not much for caffeine.
So,
I hope
I'm
not.
curious if it's gonna turn out that one withholds information.
I'm saying why I don't do coffee, and this is my alternative.
If they do, then it begs the question of credibilities.
Attention, all morning announcements will begin shortly. If you're not in the announcement hall, please start making your way there now.
Grab a couple things.
That was quick.
Good morning,
Kuragari. I've made the mistake by having my back toward to this door. Any better, however, calmer?
You have more space now, children.
Better keeping. I still like my back towards the open space, but whatever.
That's the attempt, yes.
Ew, Warren. You shake your, so you shake with your shoulder and it slides your hip over with it.
Be nice to him.
No, you just...
Why
I'm
are
giving
you
him
sitting
advice
on
on
the
how to
ground?
shake his ass over so he can scoop. Some people don't know. I'm giving him advice that will help them in the future. Sounds like a weird mailbox. Sounds bad at a card game.
The way you think.
What is up with the mailbox?
Is it weird?
What,
the mushroom?
Okay,
That's
you
a
can say
mushroom.
It's not a beating me.
It has eyes and a mouth.
I think my thinking on things is quite rational. Thank you very much.
Again.
You can bring it up to Virtues about it, because it's the mushroom that now has...
They were just saying it was interesting.
Is that why you don't sit on the
Thing
benches?
for sentient plants, don't worry about it.
Is that the first sentient plant we have? I'm grabbing the doors.
Yeah, unlike the other sentient plant, it won't eat you. It won't eat you unlike the other one.
The other one?
It was alive already.
Have you never seen the man-eater plant in Versus Alive?
You doing well, Mr. Airnares?
I think it might still try to eat you.
I'd say so. More looking for something entertaining, at least.
I've already found something entertaining for today.
Also, I hate to tell you, but
Churches they give communion.
Care to share?
Oh, I can share it after announcements.
You count as that? One of my favorites. You count as that really flat.
That works fine for me.
Hold my breath.
I can't tell if that's an insult or a compliment.
Yeah, and your what is it? The blood is the drink, right? Yeah, that's how that works.
Sure.
wait, what? Wait, I'm fucking showing. Why am I drinking blood?
Not my
You
practice.
missed a whole chapter of conversation.
It's safer that way.
Hey.
It's not your problem, so nothing to worry about.
So then divide.
Apologies for that little delay there, little lack of conversations. Mess. Hello everyone, good morning, good morrow. We'll be having 2 classes today. Please excuse the lack of box, I hate the box. We'll be having 2 classes, one run by Professor Fontaine in Racial Studies, or the beginning of Racial Studies. We'll be starting out with 4 races, of which you'll list when it's this classroom. After that will be Ironwood's lesson on overhealing. Valkyries would be beneficial, but I feel the gust of wind that I'm going to be punched. Ironwood. Anywho. Ironwood. However the case. After Fontaine's class will be overhealing. Valkyries would be beneficial for you to be attending that class for the sake of your notes and your classes. However, all houses are welcome to join in that classroom. We'll be getting the specifics of that during Fontaine's class about the racial studies. But for another announcement for all student body, primarily, after discussions with Professor Copperbeard and Professor Sayori will be moving into being the primary care and the primary professor for cavalry, and Copperbeard will become the assistant for cavalry. Instead of Copperbeard being the primary, he will be secondary, due to some arrangements down in Phoenix. It would be more beneficial for time management. If you have any questions of this, please speak to Sayori or any of the professors. We're happy to help where we can. But going forward, if you want primary care, talk with Sayori. She'll be taking care of it going forward. If there are no other announcements I need to make, I feel the winds of me being punished coming soon, so I will depart. Please look to Fontaine for where the classroom will be held.
Everyone that has a vendetta against the headmistress?
Ironwood got Dusk got there, so
I'm waiting for it was a punch.
Service announcement. There is a hole in Jacuno/Alphon's office. Do not go in it. I repeat, do not go in the hole, please.
Where's the rabbit?
Okay. Based on the reaction, this is not normal. Good to know it's not enough of an occurrence that should become something unspoken. Now, it was a little hard to hear from this distance, but they did say the classroom for Fontaine's course.
Yes, I didn't hear which
around. That's how I know he's around. Same way I can see when Fontaine's teleporting
I
around.
didn't hear which classes.
Alright, in regards to starting at least studies on the different races here in the Vandals, I'll be beginning my lesson in about 3 to 5 minutes from now over in the main classroom. Of course, I'll give it some time before I officially start, but of course you may meet there whenever you feel free to. But once the lesson starts, the lesson starts. Lessons.
So we head over there now?
Yeah, I don't have ministry note-taking for me, so I'm stealing you next to my table. He's visiting his aunt.
Yeah, I'm like,
Alright, in Alphonse's room. Don't go in it.
Breakfast complete. Onyx, you might want to fix this. You're kind of broken.
Right.
Smacking it
It's not as horrible. Still, it is my fucking nostrils though, so it's absolutely fucking obnoxious.
You really should look for some medication for that.
I asked Ala about it, but then they didn't have any, and so I didn't bother asking as much.
I'm sure they can order some.
Probably. Worst case, I just write fucking letter back to home or some shit. Easy door solution, just kick it open. There we go, problem solved.
My eyes.
Don't do that.
Forget which one was the classroom.
Down.
Fuck.
The main
down.
classroom's straight in front of you. Down.
Oh.
Down.
What's in front of us is outside.
Just a decoration.
There you go.
Oh! That sounds like a wonderful crunchiness. No. I don't like the banners.
After you.
No, go ahead. I was just telling him where to go.
Understood.
We're stealing medicine seat today. Purely because I cannot take notes without burning things. So I appreciate your sacrifice.
I think I'm gonna sit over here.
Where'd the books come from? The whole...
How are you doing today, Irenaeus?
Mostly just bored.
I suppose
Don't be
it is
bored,
really
5
entertaining.
I will be sparring after classes. I believe I owe Blitz and
Sit back there, but
spar.
my spot's been taken.
I will entertain for a little while.
We should attend the overhealing class too before we spar.
Yes.
Since it is a thing to keep in mind.
Both lessons I think might actually be pretty beneficial for today.
I mean, worst case, if the issue's overhealing, you just injure yourself, so then it heals that. But
It was not that simple.
probably not.
They really need to clean those tables, unfortunately.
You've joined us to the best table, the correct table. I should not touch
I
it.
believe
We
this
keep...
thing wanted to be tuned.
Europa, if you want, you can sit on the table. Another large student sat on the table before. I barely fit
Mr.
at the
Lance.
table.
It's alright.
Sir, I think one of the tables might be cursed.
Doing alright, I suppose.
Are you also bored?
Not quite. I'm more intrigued.
I knew I had a bad feeling
Interesting.
about that table. That's why I decided to sit right over here.
What has caught your attention today?
Let's save it for after class.
It made me curious. Now you're making me wait to find out. Truly.
I have like a foot and a
I think
half
the void is trying to drag him in. Something about the environment.
is not okay. That table is apparently
I think he's become one with the table. Dang. No.
No.
I'm not
No, you're not.
I'm not sure exactly what's going on though.
Is the apocalypse happening now, or is this just
It's very louder than I know. Dear fucking gods.
the cult has come for us all?
Who's ever playing a sound right now, shut up! It's world!
Oh, the cult has given up for today.
Oh, also, we don't know what that is.
Okay, it was Sayori. Yep, I thought it was fucking Sayori. Yep.
Horrifying. Well, it looks like they have given up, so probably for the better.
It's good.
That was weird.
Definitely.
I didn't hear anything. I
the
didn't hear anything.
For a second, I thought the barrier was.
I've never heard anything before.
I'm trying to eat the barrier, thinking it tastes like some sort of sweet.
Because you're supposed to be, in some cases, furniture.
I don't think you should treat anyone like furniture. It sounds fucking weird.
I see. Just don't fuck with
I'm
the
not
desk.
gonna question anything.
Just don't fuck with it.
So I die.
I'm not.
I have so many questions.
Looking for a seat?
I don't think I'll get answers.
No, I'm debating if I want to
Nah, probably not.
You're sitting on the table.
You can always sit on a table if you want to go the middle path.
Oh, I'm worried about sitting on my
You can
pedestal.
also climb up there and sit in the balcony.
Has someone done that before?
We were told first day of the first semester we were allowed to sit on the ceiling.
Well, there you go.
That's a good question. Why do they have a balcony if there's no way to get up there?
What did you like to know?
Only the morning part of class and everything's been on fire already.
You know, in the past of the academy,
I do not know what's
specifically-
Hello, Fuzzy.
Did you successfully beat back the cult?
Yes, I had to yell at Sayori fourth dimensionally in a sense. I was going to lose my mind. Because
That was loud. I'm glad my
Ear piercing is the word I would describe.
No, she was a fuck, but I didn't think she could scream like one.
okay, aside from that whole ordeal from Miss Sayori, either way, welcome to of course, a lesson on racial studies. I'm going to be at least doing this either every week or every other week moving forward, just until we've covered each of the different races along the Vandals, because doing so in one day, well, not possible at least. At most it would take 2 full days here in order to actually cover everything, and I would rather not just have you all trapped here in the classroom for that long. So we're just going to at least shorten things down and handle at least small handfuls at a time. That being said, of course, the 4 races that I've gone ahead and picked that we'll be doing lessons on today are Starborn, Gorgons, Harpies, and lastly, oh my goodness, what was it? Starborn, Harpies, Gorgons, and Fane, that's what it was. So, obviously, for those who wish to at least learn a bit more on each of these races, you feel free to take any sort of notes, and of course I'm here to answer any questions if you may have any. But I'm very much someone who likes to see initiative, I'm gonna at least pick someone here. Let's go with Polly. So we've got Gorgon, Fane, Harpies, and Starborn. Which one do you want us to cover first?
Let's do Starborn.
Starborn. Interesting.
Yeah.
Fair enough, because that already means I don't have to go ahead and at least grab any sort of example, because, well, I am one. Of course, Starborn, though, we are one of the more uncommon races within the Vandals, though, because, well, we're not one that is necessarily, well, how do I put this? We're not necessarily born, in a sense. Starborn are quite literally just, think of it as stars that fall from the sky, and they are basically given form. Hence, how I appear. Though, not exactly in this form, as this is more so, at least how I choose to appear. Keep in mind that if you want to know what I actually look like, it's more along the lines of the stained glass. But aside from that, when it comes to Starborn, we're very much seen as a very nomadic group. When it comes to Starborn, they can be of all sorts of different appearances. Keep in mind that we don't have necessarily one given look. Typically, when a Starborn falls, they tend to, well, more so take the appearance of the first thing that they see. Usually it's because, well, we're not accustomed to different races here at the very beginning, so obviously we don't know what everyone looks like. In my case, I happen to stumble across someone more, well, in this case, avian in appearance, and that's why I took that form. Of course, you can only imagine my shock the moment that about an hour or two later I see a human, and then I realize, well, that's not what everyone looks like then. So, of course, Starborn can be of different appearances. They can look anything like a blossom heifer, an oni, another fane, things of that nature. And though, as opposed to something such as a doppelganger, where they change their appearance just freely, well, we kind of just stick with that appearance, and that's pretty much it. So, that's the gist of that. Keep in mind also that, well, we, like I mentioned before, we don't really reproduce. We don't have any means of doing so. It's quite late falling from the skies. So you won't really see anything of the sorts of me saying I have any sort of relatives by blood, because, well, purely Starborn in a family are more so just adopted, and that's it. Keep in mind also, when it comes to Starborn, we are at least brought into this world by falling down, and we have with us, well, an artifact with us. It can, of course, take on different appearances. In my case, it's a book. Of course, I'm not going to say where that is, and it's certainly not the one I keep on my side. But these are the most precious artifacts to a Starborn. Just keep in mind that when it comes to a Starborn, every 50 years, we have to jot down our memories. Otherwise, we lose them. We don't have, well, we can't retain our memories forever. In order to, and this is what helps us to at least alleviate that. Along with that, keep in mind that when it comes to our artifact, well, it is part of us. It is not in any way, shape, or form indestructible. It is, at least, well, to best put it, is just that, an artifact. And whether it be my book, or if it's a hat, a staff, a pair of glasses, whatever your artifact happens to be, if it's broken, then, well, any memories that were within it, as well as, sadly, any future memories that you'll have are gone. Which is why it's very important to make sure that any Starborn you run into, make sure to at least treat those with the utmost, at least, respect and care. It's quite literally what we need in order to retain what makes, well, at least what is us. Now, moving on from that, keep in mind also, and actually, I'll have Mr. Buell come and join me up here to make things also simpler. Keep in mind that when it comes to Starborn, we also typically have a longer lifespan than most humans. For example, with Starborn such as myself and Mr. Buell, we are going to certainly live a lot longer, though also at the same time not immortal. The longest recorded history for any Starborn in terms of the lifespan was at most 1,000 years. Now, keep in mind I say recorded, for anyone who is, any Starborn who has lived longer than that, I'm not too sure. And, along with that, keep in mind that while our outward appearance may be that of flesh, bone, or feathers, rock, whatever it may be, at the end of the day, on the inside it is rock all the way through. Keep in mind that because of that, we don't also have to worry about things such as sleeping or needing to eat and drink certain things. At most, geodes or any other sort of just rocks will do, because, well, we don't have to worry about things like that. So stones, gemstones, salt rocks, anything of that nature is more so what at least comprises, a Starborn's diet. And though another feature that I will mention is, well, it is rather easy to find us in a dark area as well, being, of course, since we have a lot of excess amounts of what is just appropriately called stardust within our bodies, we're naturally bioluminescent, meaning that we just glow in the dark. And, well, it makes sense, being, of course, Starborn. Now, another thing to go into is there are, well, along with the dependency of our artifacts, there are also two major issues when it comes to our kind, meaning, well, one being, of course, piercing. Things such as piercing damage or even slashing damage from swords can, well, essentially offer a lot more damage to our skin than at least bludgeoning. We're more meant to take a hit on a more broad area than more in a precise location. Here's the best way I can word that. And along with that, when it comes to dark magic, it is very detrimental to us, as we are meant to be something that is shining bright like a star. We're meant to be, yes, we are meant to be quite literally just that, starlight, and hence dark magic is very detrimental to us. Keep in mind that while it is not necessarily going to be fatal on just immediate contact, of course, prolonged exposure can prove to be, well, a killing blow for us. Along with that, it does come with at least some benefits, along with being able to take a lot more brute force. So, for example, if someone like Kawa, for example, were to hit me full force in the chest with all his strength, then I can take that certainly a lot more than if someone like Mr. Nikos were to take a jab at me with his spear. But at the same time, while there is that sort of disadvantage and, well, advantage in terms of bludgeoning, we do have at least an extra elemental advantage, that being with fire and light. Of course, being individuals who fall from the sky, literally, heat is not something that's necessarily going to be an issue to us. I mean, having to go through the atmosphere itself, burning up, is something that we're quite resilient to. Now, before I go into things such as, at least, culture and types of Starborn, does anyone have any questions? Yes, Ms. Viviana.
Why the 50 years when it comes to your memories? Or do you not know? Why is
Sadly, that is something that... Sadly, when it comes to, at least... This is, of course, just from, at least, history from past Starborns. The most that any has been able to at least retain in terms of their memory has been 50 years. So, while it is possible to try and go further without having to, in a sense, drop all of your memories into your artifacts, it's better to be on the safe side and, well, not push things further. Yes, Mr. Aeneas.
You said fire and light, and then you gave
Yes,
explanation
yes.
for fire. Does light also fall under that explanation, or is it of a separate one?
Light mostly falls into the same reason why we have, at least our, well, why dark magic hurts us more in general. We're more beings that are, well, such as a star, we're literally meant to be that of light and also be able to withstand the heat. Keep in mind also that just because of that doesn't mean that every starborn has, for example, light magic, but it's just we're more resilient to it.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Alright. Moving on to things such as, well, culture. Keep in mind that, like I mentioned before, individuals such as myself and Mule, we tend to be more wanderers. We're very much able to adapt to our environment, not being one to basically stay in one place for a long time unless we really have a reason to it. We're very nomadic in that sense. We're more focused on things of pursuing knowledge when it comes to how our culture tends to be. We like to travel around and learn about anything that's pretty much around us, trying to gather information of whether it be different races or curses or other types of magic or just different people specifically. It doesn't even have to be a race, just maybe one individual person. We are very much just a culture based on learning. And it makes sense for me, at least, considering how I like to hold myself, at least when it comes to learning, even individuals such as Bjol. And along with that, we do have, well, the best way of putting it, when we're born within the Vandiles, we're very much unique in our own right. We like to, like I said before, we tend to take on the appearance of the first individuals that we see, but more often than not, we're going to at least keep rather humanoid traits. Of course, with exceptions of if the given individuals that we see that we have, let's say, if they have extra limbs and such, there can be some exceptions there. More often than not, we are trying to at least keep a resemblance of, for example, the constellation that we have fallen from, is the best way of wording that. Alright. That pretty much covers everything in terms of Starborn, unless you want to add anything else, Mr. Buell.
No, I don't have anything.
Fair enough. Alright then. You can go ahead and take a seat again then. But thank you at least to help with... I teach him one thing and then he just uses it a lot, but regardless. Alright. That leaves Gorgons, Fane, and Harpies. Let's see, who do I want to pick next? We'll go with... Daniel. We've got Fane, Harpy, and Gorgons. Which one would you like to move on to next?
I think I'd be interested in the Fane.
Ah, Fane, very much interesting. As of course, we've got quite a few at the school already, so of course this will help to at least enlighten your minds a bit more on that. Now, speaking about the Fane, keep in mind that they're more, well, they are also not one of the more common races. They are one of the older ones. Some have even, at least been a bit older than Starborn, to be more specific. But keep that in mind, still mortal. Keep in mind when it comes to the Fane, they're bred with the skills of being able to tell things such as when someone's lying, but mostly through emotional states. So, the best way of putting it, it's being able to detect lies. So, while you may, in your own outward appearance, be trying to at least put on a facade, trying to say that you are one thing, they're able to quickly tell if you're at least not too honest in your wording. So, of course, it's best to try not to at least string your words around them. Keep in mind that also, while they may look frail, some Fane are also rather strong and capable of killing with little attempt. Keep in mind that's also not the case for every Fane, but they are not a race to be taken very lightly. Keep in mind they've also expanded their skills to things such as everyday tasks. They're born of an original state, but they have the capability to hold another element within their system, which is very useful. Along with that, Fane are very diverse when it comes to, of course, things that they're capable of. They can, of course, do standard things such as flying. Of course, that's a given with the wings. They're one of the few races that can actually crossbreed with other species within the Vandiles, as well as going on to the emotional and, well, lie detection I mentioned before. Keep in mind that there's also the fact that some Fane, they vary on their type. They have, how do I best put this? Fane are very much based, when it comes to their instincts, they can more so, it relies on the temperature is the best way I can put it. They have a temperature where they feel vulnerable and they can possibly go into a frenzy, though it very much depends on the type of Fane that is before you, of course. And along with that, they also are able to infuse, for example, protection and or surveillance spells onto items or even people. So, for example, individuals such as Mr. Boria or even Mr. Amars here, they are able to, of course, they don't need, for example, a specific item. They can just do it on you yourself. Though, varying on the Fane, it can result in harm or in even possibly it backfiring and being more a curse. So it is something that Fane will have to still at least apply more practice to. Along with that, an interesting bit of knowledge when it comes to Fanes, they can vary from at least heights of 8 feet tall to even as short as 2, along with their weight, of course, varying with it. Now, when it comes to more of the detrimental parts of a Fane, keep in mind that they, well, varying on the type of Fane, when they're introduced to an overwhelming state of emotions, whether it be from one person or a different person, whenever they're detecting it, it can result in them either fainting, having a breakdown, or even at least feeling lightheaded. They're a very empathetic race within the Vandiles. So, of course, while it is very beneficial for them to be able to at least use their emotional detection, it can, in some cases, be a detriment. Along with that, when it comes to Fane varying on the type, they'll have a difficulty looking away from more bright objects. They tend to have they will feel such as a need, or they'll be compelled to follow it, and well, some may have an easier time actually looking away from it, but not always the case. The best example I can give is actually Mr. Amaris, considering the fact of the type of Fane he is, and alongside his elemental affinity, he does not have to worry about such a thing. Though, of course, not every Fane that you come across in the Vandiles is going to be like Mr. Amaris, so you will find ones that are, of course, going to be more susceptible to this. Along with going on with anything, at least more of the detrimental parts of a Fane, keep in mind that the chest of the Fane is rather delicate. They're rather empathetic, as I mentioned before, and their hearts function and they work at a much more, well, they work harder than an average human heart, for example. And if you are able to strike them at least by the chest or even close to the heart hard enough, then it'll end up hurting them a lot more than, of course, if you were to strike just a human. Keep in mind also, when it comes to Fane, along with the chest, the other important areas are such as the wings and the antenna. Keep in in mind that if they're ever given an injury there, it's going to result in more so we need to actually pull them aside and give them immediate medical help, or even more specifically pure light healing to the injury as the best way to treat it. And refusal to do so, or basically if you are not quick to treat such injuries to their antenna or their wings, it could end up resulting in what is best described as corruption and the thing going into a frenzy. Along with that, when it comes to Fane, they have extra limbs, of course, as part of their body. Not always the case, but this is, of course, depending on the type. Yes, again, best example I can give, Mr. Amaris. And because of that, of course, they're going to need more blood than the average individual in order to aid that. And, of course, this is something to also keep in mind for you in the Valkyrie household, so obviously if Mr. Amaris gets at least damage to one of his arms, then he's certainly going to need a lot more blood to at least restabilize him than as opposed to, for example, someone like Mr. Borea. Now, of course, just as with all races here in Vandals, not everything is just purely detrimental. Best way of putting it. They do have at least advantages there. Things such as arcane sense, meaning that they're able to detect magic, of course, within a given area. And on top of that, they're even able to specify what type is being used. And, bearing on the type of Fane, they're even able to tell you how strong, for example, said magic is in the area. And, of course, depending on the type of Fane, they can, of course, vary in terms of how strong said arcane sense is. So, for example, Mr. Borea could have a stronger arcane sense than Mr. Amaris, and Mr. Amaris could have a stronger arcane sense than someone such as Miss Kokoli. Of course, it always depends, varying from one Fane to another. Keep in mind, on top of that, they're also born with a hardened shell over their body, which is very useful for defense, of course, encasing everything from upper body to lower, and of course even the extra limbs. So make sure and effectively covering everything and giving them a protection akin to a shield, so that way it at least aids for extra combat. So while Mr. Amaris could put on armor, he already has a natural sort of armor with him already. Along with that, they're capable of at least going on in fights, for example, or even being, for example, able to run or fly for longer periods of time than some other races within the Vandals due to a higher endurance. Keep in mind, again, it varies from Vane, because depending on their type, some are more, at least have higher endurance than even others. But regardless, for the best example I can give, you can certainly at least guarantee that Mr. Borea and even Mr. Amaris, they're certainly going to at least beat most humans in a foot race. Along with that, lastly, when it comes to Fane, there definitely comes the advantage of being able to see in the dark. And again, I apologize for sounding like a broken record with this, but along with being able to see in the dark, different Fane, different level of strength with it. Now, along with that, does anyone have any questions before I move on to the culture aspect? Alright, easy enough. Moving on to more of the culture for the Fane, keep in mind that they have their own unique culture and, well, layout of their societies. Yes, Mr. Arlo?
I believe Mal had a question.
Oh, yes, apologies, Mr. Mal, did you have a question? Oh, apologies. But, as I was saying, each Fane has their own unique culture and layout for the society. They each are ruled by one Fane who has either earned their title by combat or by their intelligence. And when it comes to some societies, they have even set allegiances and shared territories or even trades just to ensure the safety of their placement. Keep in mind that, along with that, tribal tattoos are a large part of most cultures within the Fane as to enchant those that they wish to protect, while also giving the said Fane a tribe and home to always return to. I think it is a means of being able to at least identify yourself with your home. And along with that, there are different types of Fane. There are Feather Fane, Ice Fane, Heat Fane, Water Fane, and I believe Wind and Demonic. I'm trying to remember. There's Wind, Demonic, Light, Solar, Lunar, Seasonal. There's a lot of different types. And keep in mind, I will do a separate lesson mainly covering each of those types of Fane, because that is a lot to cover, as of course there's quite a handful. But keep in mind that they are all unique in their own regard, and it is certainly one thing to at least take into consideration, because not only are you going to be out there in the Vandals dealing with all sorts of different races, but also keep in mind that you're going to be dealing with now different types of different races. Easier for me because I am a Starborn, and well, we're just that, we're Starborn. But of course you want to make sure that your understanding was the difference between something such as a crystalline Fane as opposed to a lightning one or a dream one. Now, does anyone have any other questions before I continue? Alright. Now, that pretty much covers everything on Fane, and as I said before, I'll make sure to cover, of course, all the different types of Fane at a later point, but of course, if you wish to learn any more prior to that, then you can always go to the library, and we have plenty of books on different types of Fane within the Vandals. Alright, let's see, who do I wish to pick on next? Let's go with Mr. Irenaeus. If Gorgons and Harpies left, which one would you like us to move on to?
I think I'd like to hear about the Gorgons.
Splendid. Again, as with the other races I picked here, Starborn and Fane and Harpy, they are also one of the more uncommon races that you'll find within the Vandals. To start off, they're born with rather slender, muscular physiques, and the hair tends to be more like a den of snakes. Of course, the best example I can give here at the school is Mr. Idris, but they're not here right now, so I can't at least enlist their assistance for this. Mind also, they are considered to be one of the more, well, how do I best most people word it as ravishing, but also some of the more deadly races that appear. Keep in mind that the oldest age that Gorgons tend to reach is also 200, and they're born from more of a cursed touch than, well, to go more into a history, it is said that Gorgons are born from a cursed touch of the youth of a human woman who was eating basically a hexed fruit from one of Pandora's gardens, giving them the scaled creatures and, well, scaled creatures marking called Aphrodite's bite. From there, that is at least the beginning of the Gorgon race, and from that then on they have gone to at least continue living within the Vandals. They're one of the oldest races, holding knowledge and having rumors of holding catacombs of information within different tunnels under Pandora and Zirin, and even said to hold things such as the truth behind most of the wars and the hidden facts of, for example, different historical events that have occurred within the Vandals. Along with that, they're capable of seeing through not only just their main eyes on their head, but also through the snake eyes that they have on their head, well, out on the top of their head, most specifically. So, for example, well, you can go ahead and walk up behind a Gorgon. That doesn't mean that necessarily you are going to be necessarily sneaky. If they happen to be looking through their snake's eyes, then, well, your chances of causing any form of, well, surprise or null and void. Along with that, Gorgons have rather long claws. They're like more akin to nails and even scale plates over the edges of their fingertips. And along with that, they're capable of seeing at least more in the dark, of course, than an average human. And they're capable of speaking alongside with their snakes, even asking them to help out with simple tasks. Along with this, going on to their snakes, even asking them to help out with simple tasks. Average individual, of course, keep in mind, is because you're not only having to sate yourself, but you're also sating the snakes that are upon your head. Treat it that way. Along with that, due to being a reptilian race, they're unable to stay within an overly heated area due to more of the hibernative state that they end up being in with warmer temperatures. So, while warm temperatures are fine, the longer they are in more hot areas, it is certainly going to be detrimental. They tend to at least gravitate towards more warmer climates. Along with that, they have a very high sensitivity to light due to most Gorgons spending their time, well, mostly due to their snakes being used underground, or even the Gorgon itself spending time underground. It can render them dazed or even more discomfort if they're exposed to too much light. Now, keep in mind, they're also, being a Gorgon does come with its advantages. Similarly to Fane, as I mentioned before, with having, in a sense, armor upon them, they do have a part of, well, upon parts of their skin, they are able to take a few blows on the scaled parts, obviously. But areas of their body that have less scales or none, similarly, will just be just as any normal human, but the scales act similarly to a shield, just as I mentioned before with Mr. Amars and other fellow Fane who happen to have a more thick layer of skin for them. But the only difference being, while Mr. Amars and even individuals such as Nako, Kokuri, Boria, other Fane, where they have that outward layer of skin that actually acts as armor or shield. When it comes to a Gorgon,
I think you might mean exoskeleton?
Exoskeleton, I apologize. While they have an exoskeleton, yes, keep in mind when it comes to scales on a Gorgon, as opposed to a Fane, where they can take a hit and they will of course feel the force of it, but it's not going to directly hurt. When it comes to the scales, it is still directly part of their body, so it is certainly still going to feel the pain in doing so, but at least they won't have to worry about more severe damage, is the best way of wording it. Along with that, 360-degree vision, as I mentioned before, with being able to utilize the snakes on their head in order to see, as well as a high resistance to different types of poisons and toxins will, along with that, being able to at least avoid taking any sort of injury if someone were to utilize any sort of venom from the Gorgon itself on them. Now, does anyone have any other questions before I move on? Fair enough. Alright, going on to culture and tradition when it comes to the Gorgons. They're, while not common, they're not exactly nearly extinct, is the best way of putting it. They are still very much present within the Van Isles. Most use their long lifespans to either spread knowledge around or spread intelligence that they already have. They tend to find comfort in being in the presence of most individuals, or even whether it be humans or even peacekin, who can pretty much strike a conversation for hours, or if it's me, probably even days or weeks. But along with that, they hold in high regard sharing information, even sharing, well, more darker secret knowledge that they tend to find out from at least their time within the Vandiles. Along with Bane, of course, they do have subspecies of Worgen. There's Serpentborn, which tend to be more like Miss Mika, actually, one of the council members over in Israel, where the lower half of their body is more akin to a snake, and the upper half of their body is more akin to, well, a more humanoid appearance. And they're also, along with that, there are land dwellers, which is more akin to what actually Mr. Idris is, since they are the common born, which, of course, they walk on two legs. They have snakes that engulf the skin in certain parts of the body, and even the face. And of course, this allows them to navigate best within multiple territories, but not have as much stealth as someone who is serpent-born. While more accessible, they are also unable to simply hunt, and they are going to require aid still. As opposed to, and in comparison, when it comes to Serpentborn, they are capable of being born with, well, lower half similar to, like I said, a snake, but they're, because of this, they're able to best navigate when it comes to areas such as sand or stones, because, well, it's just more of a racial trait. Think of it as it's easier for them to be able to navigate through more coarse and more rough terrain than other individuals. And though the only issue with that is it's not really best within, for example, water or mountainsides. Well, depending on the mountainside, really. But also best when it comes to stealth, due to them being able to stay lower to the ground and even using their tail to aid in leaping outwards towards their opponents. Now, that pretty much covers everything in regards to Gorkons. Does anyone have any questions before I move on? Alright. Well, we've covered Gorgons, we've covered Fane, and we've covered Starborn. That leaves our last one on the list, which is Harpies. And when it comes to the Vandiles, they're known to host many races, many kinds of races and all sorts of different inhabitants, one being, of course, Harpies. They're noted as being the soul of the wind blessed into the bodies of a feathered humanoid, is the best way of wording it. It said that when the world began, the winds formed as magic, and Harpies are born of the wind and the aspect of rebirth taken form. They are the holders of wind's message, meaning that, of course, they are able to commune with the wind itself. They're rumored to speak the languages of gods, or even a hidden message within the air before battle or even events. They have talons of avian-born, and the beautiful and gentle feeling of their feathers that expand, well, as little as 4 feet out and as far out as even 9 feet. Keep in mind that Harpies are also capable of dancing with the winds while in the air, making them conversate, as I mentioned before, and they're able to, because of this conversing with the wind, they're able to know when change is coming. They make more so a very beautiful golden hue with it, and more akin to things of like light from the sun or the moon. Along with that, Harpies are very much sky dwellers. They find comfort more so being in the air than being on the ground for a long time, and they tend to spread their wings. They more so want to find an area to spread their wings because they're, as I stated, they're more akin to being in the air. It is more common for Harpy to find comfort there than being on the ground. Though it's not uncommon to see a Harpy on the ground, but it's really uncommon to see them, at least not in the air for a long time, or ever in their lifespan is the best way of putting it. You're more often not going to see, well, Yes, you're more often than not going to see harpies who are familiar with flying around than one who has just never done so. Is highly unlikely. And along with that, they are actually one of the few oldest races of the Vandals, but they also are, sadly, unfortunately, one of the races that is used for things such as the different attributes and even their feathers, sadly. Going on into more detail, harpies can have a lifespan of even up to 100 years. They're able to run faster than an average human due to their legs, and along with that skill of flight, being able to even transform their feathers into weapons or even keep them nice, soft, and delicate for flight. Being able to commune with wind, as I mentioned before, and also preferring to be more around individuals instead of being on their own. And along with that, they have harpies will range from about as small as around 4 foot to about as tall as even 6 feet. And as I mentioned before, with the wingspan, it can go from anywhere from 4 feet to even 9 feet for their wingspan. Along with harpies, they have the advantages of having razor-sharp claws, very strong legs, being able to kick down most objects, being able to see in the dark, obviously. And along with that comes still its disadvantages, where harpies are more susceptible to things such as poisons and different toxins, so obviously individuals who are, let's say, like a gorgon, as I mentioned before, less likely to be at least intoxicated or suffer any sort of damage to their organs from toxins in their body. A harpy is more susceptible. Along with that, due to having being able to at least carry, when it comes to a harpy, they're only able to carry half of their weight, for example, mostly due to the fact of their wings having to carry them and the individual or item that they're wanting to carry with them. So at most you'll be seeing harpies at least carrying at most their own weight, but up to their own weight, but they're usually not going to surpass that. Best example I can give is, well, Mr. Mouse. You're not going to see him carrying someone like Mr. Koa or Mr. Europa into battle, for example. Along with that, they do sadly have a hard time adapting to fluctuating temperatures, more akin to getting the flu whenever major temperature shifts, when at least in the area or even in the atmosphere if they're up in the air. Does anyone have any questions on harpies now before I go on into more of the cultural side?
I'll be right back.
Alright. Now, lastly, going into the cultural side when it comes to harpies, they're mostly seen as a pack race. They're rarely seen far away from each other. They hold very much a sense of pride in how they are. Very much they hold respect in high regard. Disrespecting harpies or even a group of them can very much result in an angered one or even several angered ones when it comes to that. And they're very much a society of honor and as well as wits. Keep in mind also, interesting fact when it comes to harpies, when laying their eggs for children or when they're giving birth, the harpies tend to give the child an egg name, and when the harpy gains their abilities and they finish learning how to fly and do so on their own, they adopt what is usually called a wing name. And once they gain that, a harpy is then usually signaled as a true member of said family once they've acquired said wing name. That's most common in at least harpy culture. It is seen as a means of in a sense, think of it like a rite of passage, being able to understand that you are able to handle yourself. Along with that, there are just two different subspecies of harpy. There are purebreds and then there are half-breeds. Purebreeds and half-breeds. Purebreeds, of course, they share more of the wings and arms variant of a harpy. The original born have more of the bird-like lower half and wing-like feathers, while having feathers from their skin outwards scattered around their body. While when it comes to half-breeds, they're more human-esque features. They will have their wings upon their spine, to shoulder blades, and even at times down to the hips. Half-breeds share more bunches of feathers and spots around the face or even the neck. They even have the arms of a human and the legs of a bird. And uncommon, they'll bear even a long tail behind them while navigating, for example, they'll be able to at least, bear a long tail while they're navigating different, colors of their tribe. But aside from that, does anyone have any questions in regards to harpies then? Alright. But aside from that, come again?
I said no, sir, sorry.
Oh, no worries. Aside from that, that covers at least the first 4 of several races that I'll be covering in the future within the Vandiles. Keep in mind that, of course, you don't always have to come to me. You can always even go to the library, and we have information on all the different races within the Vandiles if you want to learn even more, whether it be things like subspecies, culture, and of course even better how to treat certain races, both at least in a social manner and also treating their injuries. Along with aside from that, that will at least conclude my lesson here on at least the first of many races. And in about 10 minutes from now, or at least 10 minutes after, 10 minutes after the lesson, Ironwood will actually be giving his lesson on overhealing. He has asked me to at least mention that here, as he does wish that all the Valkyries are at least present for that. Along with, and as for anyone else, whether it be Cavalry, Centurion, or Vanguard, it is not mandatory, but of course, you may go to attend that if you so choose. Aside from that, you are all free to go. Yes, Mr. Aeneas.
Where is Ironwood's lesson? Is it going to be here or outside?
As for Ironwood's lesson, I believe it will be outside. I will make sure to double check with him, but I do believe he is going to be doing it outside over by the arena.
I can't.
Oh wow.
Thank you, Professor. That was mighty helpful.
I hate those things.
Well, I didn't hear anything new or no.
Well then.
I'm excited for the rest of the lesson.
Well, part of the lessons item.
Yes, I noticed the shock on your face the moment that I mentioned about my age, or at least start on age specifically.
Yeah,
I'm not going to.
Get fairly old.
I do, but like nearly half.
Yeah, no, I couldn't even imagine. My grandpappy, I think, only went to about 119 or so, and that was old for us. So I wouldn't imagine how much you learned.
I want to say 207
I mean, what? Technically, like, maybe not polarizing it,
I
but
know
it's
my
not
father, well, my adoptive father specifically, he is around 700 and I believe 63.
Time to plant a tree and see it grow all the way up.
Several trees even, trust me.
Wow.
Is what I've heard of
That makes me mighty jealous, but I'm
Follow
that way
me.
I like reading so much because it helps, like, takes a lot of time.
Seems like we'll be out by the training area anyways, so.
the other day, and I want to ask you about what do you think the difference is between leadership and being a leader?
I mean, they'll have the venom gland.
Exactly, that's what I'm wondering.
You can continue on, I want to hear this.
I want my idea. It sounds interesting though. I can hear it later. Oh well. And Blitz just disappeared.
Were you saying something to me?
And Blitz just disappeared earlier.
Yes, I think he grew a little tiresome of sitting down. I can't say I blame him.
Fair.
The long lessons are a little hard to focus on with the chairs. Make it slightly difficult when it is just a lecture.
I suppose.
Though I understand the importance of it.
Oh, sorry.
You don't need to eat. Doesn't mean that I don't like chewing on things.
I'm going to go to my room really quickly. I'll be right out.
No, I'm kind of curious how long. How long will it take? Miss Kuragari, how long are you gonna keep it? Judging as well from the expression of the cube, I am to assume the cube is even informed. I wonder how many that are informed. If it doesn't get brought to their attention sooner or later, it might bake into questions how things are actually. Mentioning it to the others might.
I can see well in the dark.
I presume the conversation was kind of short to listen to.
I heard all I basically needed to. I left when I no longer needed to listen to anymore. I was interested in
What
the
did you
answer
say to
because
spike it?
It was a conversation between myself, Stone, and Sayori.
Oh.
I see. I
Talking
do.
about the definition of leader versus leadership.
Oh, the whole philosophy thing. Interesting.
Yes. Stone asked the same question to B.O., so I at least was semi-curious about his answer.
I wonder how long.
I figured it was going to take a few minutes for them to get set up, so I'm not in any particular hurry.
Oh, that's not what I'm referring to.
Oh. Are we secluded enough you can tell me what's got you so entertained?
Yes.
Right.
Apparently, some people have now more information about this cult. The question is, how
that's
long will
good.
it take it for him to reveal it to the others?
The green-haired blood user, or which person with connections?
Oh no, apparently it's speaking to a dead cult leader.
The original suggestion I made. That's good.
Oh, well,
Could you elaborate?
it's simple.
I at least don't know what you're referring to.
People of my similar kind have an easy time to speak to the dead. And apparently, information is still being processed, though apparently Kuragari and by sounds of things, what was his name? The cat one.
Describe his face? Oh, the whiny bitchy cat one, Kyo.
Apparently those two have been talking to the Dreamweaver.
Have they now?
Fascinating.
Yes, so...
Honestly, I thought you'd be the first to try and talk to the dead.
Whoa.
I'm impressed you
apparently
are
not.
making initiative.
Though my curiosity is how long will it be until they've finalized to share it with everyone else? Or do you plan to keep it to themselves? That's my curiosity.
I believe I can put together the
Suppose
dots
we'll
of
see, because
what has
I'm
made you
curious
interested.
enough to go ask now.
Surprised if they kept to themselves, then they could hoard the bloodlust of killing everything. Disappointing if that's the case,
Right.
though.
I
I'm
noticed.
curious enough to know the answer now, so I'm gonna go ask them later today.
I
good.
think they are still working on it, as what I was told from Miss Kuragari is that they're still verifying things and, making sure the information. Though, according to her, she was sounding a little bit surprised that I had not been informed a little bit. From Mr. Keo.
Interesting.
So, that's why I'm so curious now. Though I suppose matters like that will have to wait a little bit, considering they literally told me before the announcement, so I figured during the last lesson they might have gone and acquired more. Though, maybe.
Thank you. I had to grab something from the kitchen, so I brought snacks with me this time.
I see exactly.
My stomach
who
was
you
not
talked
waiting
to
for
earlier.
me.
Yes,
I want to be
lesson
on
was
top
also
shape if we spa.
extended. So I can...
Oh?
It was just a long lesson.
Now I'm a little bit of overhealing, which I'm excited about to learn since...
I do
well,
believe it is important to learn that you can overheal someone. And the
Exactly.
complications
Good to
follow.
recognize.
Yes!
Also good to not
Indeed.
accidentally fuck myself over by trying to absorb elements for other people's sake and deal with the repercussions of that.
Hello, Cube. Hello.
Generally, it would be most beneficial for us to be able to recognize it in others, even though that is a Valkyrie's job.
True.
Hmm.
Greetings. Shall we pick a bench? I don't feel like, well, sitting on the floor and
Just
kicking
standing
the
here.
spit all day. Right, I'm going to just, I'm going to pick a bench.
Go pick one.
I'm gonna pick a bench. I'm not figure out which one. I'm gonna pick up one of them.
And Cooper,
Hello, Gummy.
I'd actually like to talk with you after the lesson if you're free.
Lance, pick a bench. Any bench. One of many.
Last time wasn't...
It's
good.
Smart, because I have pants underneath that one.
I might take a flight around.
Yes, just whenever you're free.
You hit him with the pillow. Or maybe...
I do wonder. Dear, dear, I can really hear him from far away.
Don't measure them like that. They're fragile. They're tiny. Be nice to them.
Uh-oh.
What's now going on?
See, last time somebody did that, they got
Yeah, I
struck.
wasn't able to have a hold on it.
What idea, actually?
I do not want them losing their staff.
That's smart. I'm just gonna do it with this wing.
Are you guys looking for the
This wing is this side.
Yeah, it's apparently in Valkyrie's room.
Yeah, I was about to say it's in there now.
Huh.
I'm gonna complain about it. I'm gonna complain about
Are you
nothing
coming with?
today.
Well then.
I might. I'm gonna run around for a bit.
If something interesting comes up, please do inform. I'm gonna most likely.
Are you not going to this lesson?
I feel like too much sitting around, and if it's just in a cramped common room, too. A little bit. You know.
We'll have to see. If it is going to be cramped, it's not really necessary that I'm there.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see once we get there.
I'm kind of curious what else is going on, so.
I figured it's beneficial.
Oh, I think it's gonna be beneficial. In common room, so it literally seems no one else. So if everyone is going there, maybe. But who knows? I'm not too fond of cramped spaces, especially if it's gonna be cramped like that. I'm curious. Is everyone going or not? Oh. Hello there, Cube. So this is where you've been?
Says admittedly I didn't think anybody would be here.
Fair. Most people are busy with the lessons.
It says I've been doing a lot of things during the lessons, just moving around to place to place. I only really touched down to relax about 5 minutes ago.
I see. I noticed that you were not taking part in the racial lesson. I presume nothing of your interest.
It just says I've already scanned most of the books in relation to different species in the library. I've spent most of the last couple of nights doing so.
Well, that's good. Taking the initiative.
It says, why are you out here anyway? I assumed somebody like you would be in lesson. You seem the type who wants to learn more.
In some cases, yes. By sounds of things, they're deciding to do the lesson in the Valkyrie common room, and it's the lesson about overhealing. And yes, it would be informative, though at the same time. The entirety of the school in a single little common room? That's way too cramped.
It says I can understand that. Admittedly, I came out here because I didn't think anyone else would be. I'm glad to see I have some company, though. It isn't a bad thing.
Besides, we haven't really had a proper conversation ever since. What was it like? The first day of the crown feast? It's been a little while.
You're not wrong, although usually speaking, in most cases, people don't try to talk to me. It's quite a rare occasion.
Figure might as well. You're, after all, technically my roommate, and everyone else is also busy right now in that lesson.
The board says you're not wrong. It's good to learn your roommate's preferences and likes, dislikes, what they like. I can't blame you for that. Slowboard says, how have you been adjusting to the academy anyway? Ever since you got here, at least. What do you think of the place?
Truth be told, it's a little bit below my expectations. No.
Says, oh, what were your expectations?
Well, I was expecting the top of the top, and not running into some of the issues that's been running into as of late. Like right now, it's kinda hard to determine. It seems the professors are knowledgeable, at least within their fields. Though I can't say for certain, though I just got a slight feeling some might be more how to put this in the best wording? They easily can be swayed. Not all of them, though. Some seemingly.
It is, I know what you mean. A lot of the people here, the professors especially, have varying levels of professionalism and knowledge. Alongside that, their personalities drastically vary, so I can understand your point. Some are better than others.
That's primarily the only thing I've been able to see as a downside as of so far. Then again, we've not been here for very much long, so it's hard to tell.
Slowboard says you're not wrong. I'm hoping to see more from the professors myself, but admittedly, that is if they have classes that I can't discover from just reading books.
I suppose that's the case, though. We also have to bear in mind it's still then they have now the entire new wave of us. Of course they're gonna stick to the books for now. Just making sure everyone else is on the same educational level.
So you're not wrong. I'm just hoping for more advanced things in the future is all. It gets quite boring reading the same basic topics over and over.
That it does. Though sometimes it's informative to even get renewed upon the basics. In technicalities, I guess what they're going through right now is technically a little bit more advanced, though. It's not really one of the fields I have to worry about too much about. After all, I'm not a healer. Sure, it's important for me to know a little bit basic when it comes to medicals, so I know what I'm working with. If people are, you know, I can't have them break.
As Blood says, admittedly, I typically don't need to be healed, nor am I a healer, so the whole concept of overhealing doesn't mean much to me.
And at the very least, I have the others already. They are there, so if there's something that was intriguing or there, I'm sure they can inform me about it a little bit. One of them owe me that much.
Honestly, that's what I'm relying on myself. If anything gets brought up, I can just ask about it. Aside from that, they owe you also.
The last part, sorry, I didn't quite see it.
As Lord Board says, admittedly, I've kind of been... I would say enjoying my time here wouldn't be accurate. It's interesting. I've never lived in an area with walls before. As such, it's a new experience.
I can kind of see what you mean. I myself is not used to being so bound to the ground as if like this.
It's as I say, I can imagine it would be quite painful to be bound to the floor when you can fly. By the way, do you know who Team Cupid is? I saw this board when I left my room this morning, and I don't know what that means.
I am not too sure either, truth be told. I did see that board. I was right next to you when you and Miss Kuragari saw it, so it's strange. It might just be one of their shenanigans in this school, considering, well, we've already seen plenty.
This book says, I wonder what they're trying to get out of this. I mean, asking for people's anonymous hot dates is a unique thing. Maybe they're going to post them at some point.
Potentially. Potentially not. Who knows? I suppose we will just see. Whatever it may be, it can't really be something too absurd, one would hope, considering it was placed in the middle of the main dormitory area. So the teachers must have some knowledge about it.
I can imagine a teacher or two at least approving it because it's harmless, but it's probably students from what I can assume that have set this up. I don't know who though.
More than likely, though, truth be told, I don't really care who set it up. It doesn't really concern me in the slightest, so... They may do what they wish, I suppose.
This is admittedly, I'm just interested in learning who, what, who though.
The who and so on. Well, I suppose for that would be some digging into some of the other people. I would imagine it's probably one of the first years. Maybe. At least when I say that, I mean the old blood.
It says I can't imagine any of the second years doing something like this so impulsively, but again, the first years are a good guess. I'm trying to think of which first years would do it. I already have a good idea as to who wouldn't, but the opposite isn't true.
I'm sorry, I don't think I'm gonna be much of a help, because, truth be told, I'm still learning everyone. It takes some time to start getting knowing them. And it's also a matter of like how much of their absurdities one is willing to dive into.
It says, admittedly speaking, I don't expect too much help from anybody. It's more I've been watching everyone very, very closely since I got here, and in Israel. I've already got a decent idea of their personalities and what they say behind people's backs.
I suppose you had plenty of opportunities for it. After all, quite much can be learned by just reading the open books.
It says, I have admittedly heard things from most people at the Academy at this point, so I have a decent idea as to who it isn't. I'll keep digging and listening to try to find out who it is, though.
I suppose a little bit curiosity is never bad, though. One might also be a little bit careful, after all. There is the saying, curiosity killed the cat, though this is a harmless little thing.
It says, I'm sure I'll be fine. I've only ever been caught once spying on people anyway, and that was by someone who was invisible nearby. I don't think they'll find me. It's okay.
Something caught your eye?
It just said I saw something out the back of my head moving for a moment, but it was going away, so I don't think it's any of my concern anymore.
Fair. After all, we can't always concern ourselves with everything that moves.
By the way, is there anything that you yourself have been curious about recently?
Not really too much. I will admit, what Kuragari mentioned now in the dorms, that did pique my interests. After all, why would I not be intrigued about what? Well, these cultists or terrorists, whatever you want to refer them to as. Any little bit of detail is important about them.
It says yes, I believe they've been communicating with a dead spirit trapped in an evil artifact or something. You're bound to get information out of it if you're helping them move on.
I hope at least that whatever information can get squeezed out of it will be squeezed out before it's moved on. After all, as long as it remains, any information is welcomed. Even if it's outdated a little bit. For crying out loud, that's another disappointment so far. Information was 8 months or so old that they mentioned earlier in the previous briefing. That's baffling.
Says information is the most important thing in the world. It's why I pay so much attention to what other people say while saying very little myself. As for the information they gave us, if it's the best they have, then you can't blame them. It's a shame we have nothing more recent about.
And I won't lie, Kuragari is doing one thing I personally was considering myself, though. I think that one is more lucky that Kuragari is the one that's doing it.
It says, what do you mean, question mark?
I won't lie. Talking to dead foes, it did cross my mind.
It says, I will admit, it is an interesting concept, but I can assure you it's not as fun as you would think.
Who said about anything it's being fun?
It says that's all that matters, isn't it? The ability to have fun in what you're doing. If you're not enjoying it, there isn't a point, in my opinion.
In my case, as long as the tasks get complete, nothing else matters.
Sports said that's entirely fair. I can respect your perspective. I myself just prefer to do things that I take enjoyment in. That's about all I do, really. That's why I've attended no lessons.
That's also completely fair. Though, in my opinion, not everything can be fun. Sometimes we have to deal with things we detest to, get somewhere.
Says I don't think I've ever done something I detest before, personally. I live how I see fit. That's my life rule.
Quite respectable. You're almost as free as the wind, then, by the sounds of things.
Just freedom is important, and I'm not really tied down by anything. So, I could say that, yeah.
Always wonderful with perspectives. Because you and I completely share two opposites in this regard, it seems. Or maybe not the polar opposites, though.
It says that's more just a way of living for me as opposed to an opinion. I literally have nothing to weigh me down, in any regard, really. I'm not like most people.
Mm-hmm.
It says, what about you then? What's your perspective on it?
Well, as I said earlier, I don't care about much as long as tasks gets complete. Though within the restraints, of course.
It says I can respect that. The ability to get a task done is important. As for restraints, I don't really see the point in those most of the time.
Well, every single action has its consequences, and I need to make sure that those consequences does not become issues.
This little board just says, you could always just eliminate the consequences. That's what I do most of the time. There's no way to have consequences set upon you. Nothing bad can happen.
I suppose in some regards, though. In some regards, no. If it was that easy, well, everything would be so simple. Too simple.
This little board says it is to me. That's why I find everything to be quite basic.
Though it might be in your case, though not for everyone's case.
It says you're not wrong. Things like reputation and family and others' perspectives matter to most people, but those things don't burden me.
Which makes you more of a wild card, truth be told. More unpredictable.
It says it's entirely fair. I have been described as so a couple of times, but I do, for the most part, be quite peaceful and cordial with people.
So, it definitely would seem.
What just killed me? Could you repeat that?
So it would seem.
It says, yeah, pretty much. I mean, before Israel, I hadn't even had a conversation with anybody before, so this whole thing is quite new to me.
Kinda hard to believe, considering you're already proving more intelligent than most people.
It just says, I like to attribute that to knowing how to survive more than anything else.
Well, in that case, I suppose not many people know how to survive.
It's pretty much. I see a lot of people doing things that would get them immediately killed in the situations I was in before. It's kind of silly.
I can just imagine.
It says, admittedly as well, through surviving it. It says, through surviving, I admittedly learned how to hold back and restrain myself in certain areas. That's why I haven't blown anyone up yet, or everything wouldn't be good.
Though I will say I'm looking forward to seeing when those restrictions or holding back is not needed. For example, if we come across the cult.
It says, without context, I can tell you this. In the past, I have quite easily destroyed entire buildings with these explosions, and have set off multiple at once.
Good to know. I will definitely make sure that, well, come to you if something needs demolition then.
It says, I'm not gonna lie, it's very difficult not destroying or killing things using grease magic most of the time. It's why I feel I choose it.
There's also a reason why you can be more respectable. Oh?
I'm not justifying whatever the fuck Rupert Short is. You guys seen Virtues?
No.
Oh, wait, below! Ah.
How about you contact the shadows and ask where he is?
I cannot do that. Fuck you, no? No, it's never
Hmm.
Why the fuck not? Why not?
That's interesting to hear. Huh. Miss Kokori was in the blacksmith. I'm still eagerly waiting. Oh, I'm just eagerly waiting for when she's done with that information.
It says that's entirely enough, and it seems like people can communicate with shadows same as they can with the wind. I didn't know that until now.
Well, I suppose. Shadows and wind both have their own whispers, so to say.
It says that's entirely fair. Admittedly, at some point I do need to find Mal and communicate with them for a bit. I need to tell him a few things, and he speaks to the wind quite often.
Right, he's a harpy, and harpies are most attuned to the wind. Yokais are more attuned to the afterlife. Another is
Says,
that other
me and him have a bit of a deal going on. We're exchanging information.
Ooh, I see.
It says, yeah, turns out I know a lot of things that he wants to know, and he knows a couple of things that I do.
I see. Well, if, as you yourself said, information is important.
It says the most important thing in the world, in my opinion.
I do agree. I won't lie, it's kind of curious and at the same time like You have plenty of opportunity to observe. Yet there's information you still require. I presume it's more older information.
It says the information I require is to do with the past. It's things you can't necessarily learn by watching people in the present.
So true.
It says, admittedly, observation is a fun hobby of mine. I'm always watching. A lot of people think they're alone near enough all the time, but lo and behold, they never know I'm there. Admittedly, I need to find a mouse soon, though, so I might try and do that.
Give me a moment and I can actually see if I can spot him from above. Just to save you some time. That's Arlo. Well, it seems quite a few people are already over at the arena as they already doing spars. I couldn't exactly tell if Mao was there, though more than likely I think he is one of the people there. I think I saw something representing his silhouette, though. It's not like I have an eagle's eyes. Oh, probably the best bet.
It says, well, I do appreciate it. I'll go and check now then. If he isn't there, I'll just take a look inside the tree. Thank you for the talk, by the way. I did enjoy it. It's a pleasure.
Likewise.
I don't mind having another spot in a second.
Also, it seems that there's a large crowd outside the tree, so he might be one of them in the large crowd.
This board says, I'll go there next then. I'll look around. Thank you.
Gracious.
Heavier than he should be for how short he is. Normally I'm used to...
So
I'm
how
weighing
was
a
the
lot
lesson?
less. Which part? Huh?
It's really good. It was actually generally beneficial.
I'll try in a second.
Oh.
The dangers of overhealing and mending. Stories of people losing their pain receptors due to the overuse of magical healing. Their bodies stop healing altogether without magical healing.
Have you had a
General medical stories.
Sure. I know the endings can be a bit shoddy at times. That's more so because of my magic. Side effects of lightning and whatnot.
It was beneficial to know, at least, how to recognize overhealing in others. After that, it does not apply to me anymore.
I appreciate you bringing it up, since I haven't really To be honest, I just said yes to what was asked of me there. Probably not a good habit. Still.
I don't think there'll be any situation where I'll actually need healing. Hmm? What's
Can
your
I borrow
idea?
some of your lightning?
I don't know if he still is.
This is gonna get very sparkly for me. Yeah.
My hamburger is very good.
I never liked the way that it gives me that
A beef
aftertaste.
patty, cheese,
I like
onions,
it probably a lot worse.
power.
pickles, tomatoes, whatever you
Lightning
want on top.
hammer.
On top of
Oh, I
my
see.
sauce.
You've done it. You know what you should do? Hey, Europa.
Have you never done that before?
You should spar.
Nah, but I
Lightning
just
hammer
thought
now.
of
Yeah, you should spar. They have lightning hammer now. You're used to lightning. You're very weirdly used to lightning. You get sparkly when you're touched by lightning. Yeah, you smack Europa with it.
it. Poke.
That's not Europa, that's someone else.
Lightning
I
hammer.
don't know how he is with lightning.
I mean, one of my elements is lightning.
Breathe.
Go
Good
up
to know.
that.
What's your other element?
That's why I knew it was safe to. That's why I knew it was safe to poke you with it.
Feeling better?
Lightning South Boy, what's your other element?
Dark.
Okay.
That
Hey,
side it hurts me.
same element. Good to know.
Now,
Also
like a
dark
touch of
lightning user.
darkness, my good sir.
I will smack you so hard with this hammer.
I mean, I could offer you some
I can
darkness,
punch
but I'll
you
just hit
with
everyone, and I'd rather not cause a mass panic outspray.
You hit me.
I
even.
swear, if you
I
I'm
sense
also
that you
standing
used
right
it.
next to you.
Listen,
no,
I already
if
know
you-
not to use it on
you know-
angels because you're weak to that kind of
Hold on,
thing.
wait,
That's why I jokingly jest and will never do it to you.
Activate.
As long as you're on my good
He
side, of
doesn't.
course.
Blitz, he doesn't know what you're speaking of. He's talking about dark.
Starting to
The
copy
element.
dark element in my direction. I will drop this and blind everyone
if he
within a
asks, I'll
2-mile
answer.
radius.
For
This is
now.
one of Kio's.
Counter argument. Let me just.
Don't cast that light around a bunch of dark users, or you're still wishing for death. It'll be swift and painful.
You keep telling me that everything's fine.
Yeah.
This
You
is
know
just
what's funny? I just
flashbang.
have to look away.
It hurts my eyes.
If
You-
it's a
it's just
flashbang,
flashbang.
Hold on. Let me just.
Cat fleshies. What is happening to your? Why are you
I don't know.
presenting
He's
your
just
ass
shutting
to
his
me? I
ass.
don't swing that way.
He's just.
Assert dominance. Show
Fritz, I
up. Are you a
guess.
baboon?
No, I was stretching, but I was also looking for my glasses.
Magnum piss laser.
Well, I think that has done the
I
trick.
suppose.
Your flashbang won't hurt my eyes if I have glasses, right?
I mean, that's not entirely how that works, but sure.
Giant. See? Am I wrong?
Oh, wait, yeah, my ears. Yeah, I'm an elf. I need to invest some earmuffs.
Yeah.
Some good
Everyone
old
always
target
forgets about the
practice.
bang part.
What the fuck is that,
What we
Darren?
need to work on is
I know, I heard it.
accuracy. That is a stag beetle.
I see.
Big ass one. No, it isn't. It ate my fire crystal earlier, so no, it isn't.
I don't want to touch it or have that anywhere near me.
Well, it's here. So if it's part of the native species,
It ate the fire crystal.
could be.
What is that?
It could be a freak for any sorts of reasons.
Yeah.
There.
Ugh. This is really off still.
Hello, guys.
Lightning boy!
Or girl.
On it. Light up.
What the fuck happened to you? Wait, what?
Light up.
Metopa?
Light up. You know, it's
Light-
Europa with lightning and it's
English.
lightning in Europa. Light up.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
My
I'm
head still
stupid.
hurts a little. You are, but it's alright.
Okay.
Everyone can brain.
No,
It's
I
agreeing
just
with
don't
you.
English too good.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, no, so when people make words up like that, I just error code. I do not speak common very well sometimes.
Good to know. I'll make sure to keep doing it then.
I hate you.
That's really nice.
It's a strong word. Try something more your style.
Oh, you motherfucker!
That took you way too long!
I am not caffeinated yet! Leave me alone!
That sounds like a you issue than a me issue. You should try, consulting that with someone who actually gives a fuck.
I swear to God.
I swear to God, he gets smited.
As they would
I
say,
cuss out.
it sounds like an ish you, not an ish me.
I will fight
Amen.
Was it ever fighting if you want to fight someone? Big fight that way. Fuck.
Yes, fight that way. I will bonk you with this. I swear to God. You may be my friend, but that gives me even more reason to smack you upside the head.
I'm no longer bored. It's that simple.
Right. I have other elements.
I suppose.
Are we just fighting now? What's happening here?
You know I stockpile magic crystals like I can't say that.
I ice crystal you gave
I
me.
was about to say
No,
a
no,
really
say it.
bad thing.
Speak your mind. Don't be shy, speak your mind.
So are you the black market of crystals?
Is this the cocaine that Coconut was talking about?
No, I was gonna.
What?
I was gonna make a funny, but that religion doesn't exist.
Yes.
We're gonna be gathering in the cavalry room.
I
Wait,
see.
Do you know where any of the others are?
No, I'd go.
I-
I'd spot Lance and then.
I will take a flight around and see if I can spot them.
Why again?
And I shall
Damn it.
get them towards there.
Oh,
There's new information on it.
is in charge now.
Oh fuck, you're right. I can't.
Sabriel.
Yep.
Meeting in cavalry.
Oh.
Oh, right now?
Yeah, so it would seem.
Look.
Man.
Cavalry.
Yeah, everyone's got something insensitive today.
That's the sound that coming out when he's filling
Winter?
up for it.
Possibly, we'll see.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
It seems another
Is it
meeting.
about the gathering?
Yeah.
I'm
No.
already aware.
I'm just making sure everyone.
What the fuck? We're going to the cavalry room.
Hmm. Well, everything going accordingly. Hmm. You all right?
It's been a long day already. It's not over yet.
Fair. Also,
Still waiting on.
that seems
Wait, can the other non-cavalry people get in here?
No. As long as you don't press that one button, they cannot.
I will open it up, man.
Huh? What? But why?
If I'm to take a guess, is that some of the information that cannot be disclosed is from non-cavalry.
Oh.
Also, if you don't mind me asking, though, what's your name? I don't believe I've caught it before.
I go by Reed.
It's a pleasure to meet you. Pleasure to meet you, Reed. I'm alright.
Excellent. Is there a reason we're just allowing that poodle in here?
Not my name.
It is my pet. You touch it, I hurt you.
Does it need to be in the room for this conversation?
Don't know. It kind of just followed me.
If you don't know its origin,
I'm chill with it.
Get rid of it.
No,
I was already in the school to begin with.
Doesn't need to be in this room right now.
This menace isn't here, I'd eat it. He's doing good with his aunt.
Oh.
It's not bothering anyone. What's your deal with the bug?
Kuragari?
Magic exists on it.
Thank
you.
you.
Don't know the origin of something. You don't know its intention.
I was not expecting that.
Yeah.
Let's
make sure you don't face the
If you're
fire.
listening,
Yes, I didn't think.
it could actually have a will. It could be a construct. Can you tell?
I think as a construct, I'd be able to tell, yeah.
Is it a construct?
Oh, it's organic.
No, that is because your animals do have it.
It's a bug.
That's not true.
There are fleshy organics. Fleshy constructs.
Oh, well.
No, they're super rare. Fontaine's bird's a good example. You can see out of its eyes.
That's the one I was thinking of.
Bingo bongo. Spot on as always.
I did like keep note that was
Fine.
Should get. Should get.
Snooze, you lose.
So we should get more.
Cavalry replaces all chairs with beanbags. We are now the cool house.
Listen, I don't need no beanbag. I have the stairs. The stairs of my
That's the first
home
time
now.
I've seen the cavalry room. Actually, very
Yes,
nice.
you have the one entrance into the room, Blitz.
That's just
You
how
guys also have a
important I am,
fireplace.
man.
Yes, the rainbow
That's self-importance, not really
I'm the gatekeeper,
matter.
the keeper of the gate. Answer me this riddle.
Ooh, riddles? I love riddles. What's your riddle?
Oh my god.
Oh god, here we go again.
Again, I've
Listen.
never shown you my love of riddles before.
Listen, I have a riddle for you. Why are you a bitch?
Alright, hold on. Let me make sure I can hear you.
That's not a riddle.
That's not a riddle in the slightest.
What's the riddle?
My riddle
I
for
didn't hear
you.
you.
My riddle for you is why you a bitch. Bitches of few,
I
hells of
see.
many.
Well, I'm getting at least to speak about it.
I have the exact perfect answer
So
to your
wonderful.
riddle. You want to know what the answer to the riddle is?
If you flashbang me, I'm taking you down with me.
Not in here.
You
Please don't.
don't. Why are you using my? That's the one I gave you. Put that away.
Yes, it is. I specifically chose
Why
to
use my overcharged mana crystal? Put that away.
Here.
Party pooper.
Because we have people who are
Of all light crystals, that's the worst.
We have
allergic to light.
We have at least 2
Or
dark users
could be
in
hurt.
this room right now, at the minimum.
Okay, fine. Are any of you allergic to wind?
Yes.
Just
Why
don't
are
do
you
it
going
in
to use
general.
wind in an enclosed
They're a
room?
dark and lightning user.
Wait, wind counts as light?
Yes.
Yes.
Wind and clay.
I knew it counted
What
as
happens
light,
if you
but
shatter that crystal?
a giant gust of wind goes outwards?
In an
I use it to knock
enclosed room
people
filled with books
backwards.
and papers, and a fire.
Yes. Oh. Wait, that fire's real? I was specifically told by a teacher it was fake.
The fire's real.
It's still a stupid decision. Please don't do it.
This disc.
Whatever.
I was asking morning. The thing in front of you.
Yeah,
The
that
bug.
belongs to Onyx. I don't know why he chose to
It
get a
might be a
bug.
magical
It's a bug.
construct, it might be a familiar,
It
we don't
attached to
know,
me,
but
it
he's
ate a
insisting
fire
on being
crystal,
here.
and now it's here.
It grows his.
It ate you.
I could get rid of it for you if you really wish it.
What?
What do you say?
No, it's not the weirdest thing I've seen today.
Oh, so you may pass just this once.
Oh, I was gonna just stand over here. I was just saying why our door was
Okay.
open.
Well, it's too late now. No one else may pass.
Because
You wasted
other people
a
who aren't
discussion.
covering need
Next
to get in
episode
here.
upon you.
Yeah, and there's also gonna be a meeting on and some talk that I've already told you, Gio.
Oh, that tea. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Yes, that tea. I'm just waiting on Cookity, Cube, and the professors right now.
Whiteboard jump scare just for you, Dio. Specially presented.
Oh my god.
I'm sorry.
I hope Coker and Sarah get here soon.
I got more questions.
Go grab them real quick.
I enjoy
No,
watching
just
that
stay
so
here
much.
because then you're gonna go try to grab them and then they're gonna show up and it's just gonna be a whole thing of people chasing each other. It's better to just stay in the
Yeah.
room and wait.
Let's just wait
What do you
here.
need grabbed? I don't need to be here, so I can grab them.
We just need Sayori and Kokiri. Both already know they should be here.
Sayori was last seen at the arena.
That and Ironwood also wanted to
I
be
spoke with her. She said she'd be in a couple minutes.
And there's.
Suppose we could pass the
Sayori.
time until they're here.
Now I just need Cookity and Ironwood.
Why do you need Ironwood?
Ironwood wished to be present for it.
Ironwood is currently dealing with a situation.
Again? What happened this time?
We can't say.
I see.
I could not find him. Winter was still sitting by the arena.
Winter did not want to be present for it since he said he was too busy.
Understood.
Well, his loss, I suppose.
Yes. If you wish to start Cookity.
Very well.
Thank you.
For those who are aware of the cult that we are dealing with, last week, Kyo and I, along with Cube's help, decided to attempt to speak with the spirit of the Dreamweaver that is connected to the artifact within the artifact room. Under the Professor Virtue's guidance, of course. We were seeking to try to gain more information and potentially exercise the spirit. Well, it unfortunately seems that cleaning the spirit itself may take much longer than expected. We did at least gain some information. It seems as if the Dreamweaver is no longer on the side of the cult and the father that apparently runs it. Given his current circumstances, he feels as if he has been cursed, attached to that artifact. And from what I can tell, that does seem to be the case. There are actually shackles made of mana surrounding his spirit and keeping him attached. I've been attempting to draw from the artifact and potentially glean the spirit itself. It is potentially doable from what I have seen, but it is a very slow effort. The artifact itself seems to replenish. I've been cautious in order not to cause the drawbacks associated with the artifact itself, so I've been going nightly in order to draw what I can and then pull back before it attempts to pull from me. For some reason, it seems as if it is hiding a significant source of mana, but it does not show openly. Either that, or it is pulling from a source that I do not know yet. It does not seem to be drawing from the spirit itself. Instead, when I attempted to glean the Dreamweaver, the artifact's mana protected him, and did not allow me to do so. There are potentially a few reasons for this, though I am uncertain what they might be. At least specifically. It could be a form of curse. One that the Dreamweaver is subjected to because of failure. This may potentially be out of spite by the creator of the cult who gave him the artifact. This could also be a reason that his spirit is needed for something in the future. And the mana from it is not allowed to be let go until that purpose is confirmed. Picks up a
As it was...
notebook short. Go ahead.
Alright. As it was noted, there's also a artifact the Gorgon had, which apparently the satyr had a deep love for. That artifact was shattered, and we found out by the satyr, her soul as well has not moved on. As there's been called the cycle, where the spirits are able to go to Earth. That has not happened for the Gorgon. Apparently, as this is a more of a, I guess, what's the word? Idea for right now. When her artifact was broken and she died, the father pulled her soul and her mana back to himself. Any general he creates or those of under his command he gives an artifact most likely are now shackled to his command until he sees their good to be released. But this is only an idea for right now.
There was not... We could not gain every bit of information, and there was only certain amounts that the Dreamweaver could tell us properly. It seemed as if whatever curse he is upon also physically keeps the spirit from being able to say certain things. Though from what I could tell, I am at least somewhat versed in speaking with spirits and understanding their reasons for being. He seemed to be mostly honest with us. He does not wish to be tied down, but he feels as if we would be unable to free his spirit, and that being tied to the father of this cult, as they call him, is no different than being stuck forever.
Do we even know if we kill this bastard, if they'll even be free? Or are we just damning them at the same time?
This would
That
assume
we have...
I at least know and can tell you from what I have learned over my years dealing with spirits that mana is never truly lost, and a spirit is simply a mana connected to consciousness and personality and emotions especially. I do not believe what the Dreamweaver said of the Gorgon's spirit being completely obliterated. He seems to think that that was the case, but My order
Which has
believes
been
that there is no
recycled.
such thing. Yes, everything eventually returns to the core of the planet to re-enter the cycle of rebirth. If this has not happened yet, despite death, the spirit is being kept elsewhere. That is what I believe, at least. And for some purpose, most probably similarly to why the Dreamweaver is still here, and I'm not able to draw from him.
This as well, we found something out about the father entirely. Due to how he's able to do these kind of abilities, we found out the generals have seen the father face to face, yet they've never truly seen his face. There's a robe and a hood over him. But this was out of pure honesty and even surprised us. The father uses all kinds of magic, not just one. So whatever he did
But at least
seems
from
to
what
be.
we were discussed. Yes. The Dreamweaver said it was like looking at a well with every kind of mana inside of it. Though considering that the core should be the only means of such a thing existing, or perhaps certain artifacts given what the Dreamweaver staff can do. I have been considering the fact that the father of this cult may be some sort of construct.
That would make more
Some
sense.
sort of... Yes. And a natural creature created to be able to compartmentalize all kinds of mana. This is the
It
only
would tie into your theory
immediate
of
explanation.
pulling the general's spirits after death, of how he obtained all of the different types of elements.
I also considered the idea that the father could be an artifact himself, if not just a construct. Perhaps a vessel for others with varying mana that could support them all. This would be a repository for collective knowledge while keeping the collective a secret. I am uncertain
We
whether
think about
something
it.
like this is doable.
We've already seen that they have other constructs, the steel and fire ones. Makes sense that those could be prototypes.
The other thought
Issue is, I
simply
don't know
that
if they're
this person
prototypes
is...
or not. There's also other areas those constructs are being made. I also asked the Dreamweaver if he knew the location of it. That he cannot fully answer on us. Because, of course, he can't answer everything truthfully. Because whatever the father's doing is stopping him. At least the artifact, at least.
He also said that all the generals work independently, so sometimes he would not actually know what they were doing in certain areas. He did say that there were plans for each region. What they were, he did not seem to know. There's most probably a general for every country.
Does he know the
As we
order
know right now,
of the regions?
yes.
Forgive me.
I can explain this in more summary. Each general is independent and does their own thing. Right now, we've only known there's 3. One was the Gorgon, the Satyr, and the one that was seen in Israel, the Archer. As we were told, the Archer is the father's most favorited son. Which means if we do anything with the Archer right now, even though he's within Israel, it can cause the entire school to be targeted by the father.
It also
This was
appears
discussed
that
a
the
little bit.
Archer was being used to disseminate information to the other generals, as at least the Dreamweaver said that the Archer was the one to speak to them all.
Either high favor or he's the most mobile of them.
It's an archer to sumo mobile.
And
because he's
I
mobile, that
found out
means
the
he's the fastest.
reasons they may be going for Israel as well. Right now, Israel has no leader. It's under a council. This is the time for the cult to do its most damage as it can. Try and take over from the inside. Go through the, I guess, certain areas of Israel slowly and surely before shutting everything down, causing much disrepair. Israel's the one place with magitech that goes across the entire, well, vast isles. If Israel falls, there goes any other islands kind of support, I guess. I think Israel will hit the world hardest. It'll affect everything.
I disagree.
With all of this said, I'm, at least for the Academy's sake, quite concerned about the artifact itself, considering I have still learned very little about it and why it is doing what it is doing, and especially how it can continue to regenerate itself when it should be separated and not be in use. I've been considering the idea that, aside from the artifact hiding a wellspring of extra power and only exuding a portion at a time, that it may also be drawing from a source within the Academy, either another artifact or a person. So it may be best to be on the lookout for those that seem, or at least have seemed somewhat drained, or potentially if any items of power have been drained in the last week, and so forth as I can. I am at least
Virtue's
attempting
already
to
looked at
continue
it.
to draw from it.
It'd be easy enough to tell.
Look at what made.
It'd be easy enough to tell with the artifact. Either virtues or we can see mana.
I'm unaware. I feel like he would have already done that, though.
He has been the one observing every time I have entered in order to draw from the artifact itself.
Maybe it's only visible whenever it's actively trying to drain or something, and so you're not going to see it unless it's actually doing it.
In that case, I'd like to be present.
Speaking of which...
I'd like to see it while you're doing this.
Yes. Come on. Get out of the corner. Virtues.
I suppose that would be a inquiry for Professor.
Go in the middle.
I don't know why I'm here.
I'm not allowed to give permission for
I have questions for you.
Well, good timing regardless, Virtues. We were asking questions about what exactly the Dreamweaver's artifact looked like with the site.
What does it look like?
Mana-wise. Kukri has a theory that it's drawing energy from the Academy.
Mana-wise, it's mostly nature, but with a mix of everything. As of now, it hasn't been trying to steal any mana from the Academy, but that's because we have it contained. If it was uncontained, that would be a different story.
Would it be trying to drain from everything around it if it was uncontained? Would it be trying to draw from everything around it if it was uncontained?
Potentially. This artifact, unlike the lantern, is passively doing it, so it's not as aggressive. Furthermore, it's mostly doing with organics going to sleep, unlike the lanterns, which were sucking the very mana from the ground itself. So it's more of a problem for people than it is for objects.
That, and there's also gonna be more artifacts out there. A lot more than just the 3.
I was considering the idea that, if not from within the Academy itself, that the artifact is also drawing from some sort of parent source outside of it that can somehow extend through the entire Academy's barriers. Considering that spirits have been able to find this place, and especially spirits that they have created and sent themselves, it means that they know how to... they know where to send the spirits in order for them to find this place. It is concerning. They may also be using these spirits as another source,
Virtues, I also have a question. How many artifacts from the cult do we currently have?
Well, we have one intact one, and he takes out a bag. Thanks to Shijo, we have the shards of the remaining second one right here.
Out of curiosity, the second one, have they any prominent magic?
Did it have any prominent magic?
Yes.
No. The fragments are dead.
Completely inert.
Oh, that's...
We have plans with the shards, though. We just can't reenact it just yet. We're planning on...
Today, Gio gave me, showed me, she took the picture of a drawing of what we best think were the runic language on the shard of this artifact, as best as possible. Naturally, we don't have all the pieces, and we didn't connect the pieces together in order to make sure they didn't actually connected. But we have a rough idea of what the roads looked like when the artifact was intact. And in my best opinion, it's bizarre. There's runes of different spells on here that are connecting that shouldn't be together. It's a hodgepodge of different things.
One that was clearly noted was a rune of clairvoyance.
Yes.
Makes sense.
And what exactly does that do? Specifically.
Clairvoyance lets you observe things from far away, in layman's terms.
Yes.
As we noted, the Gorgon once already knew about us.
Does the rune of clairvoyance mean that the lantern can be viewed from far away? Or that the person using the lantern can view others from far away?
Clairvoyance lets the person who writes the rune see from far away, rarely the user, so it's most likely the person who made it was seen from far away, not the Gorgon themselves.
That's what I wanted to get at.
Considering it seems
Thank you.
that their items were given to them directly from the father of this cult, it may be likely that they were able to see everything.
It's also maybe likely that all of the generals can be watched through their artifacts.
Not too surprising there.
Which goes back to an earlier point of, you mentioned, of the school being targeted by the cult. I believe it's too late for that.
After all, as long as a rune has mana,
To that end, it may not be
functions.
just generals anymore that have the artifacts.
True.
They wouldn't be able to know our general location with clairvoyance. Clairvoyance lets you see from far away location, but it doesn't tell you where that location is. We don't exactly have any common landmarks or here. As for the spirits, we had a spirit attack well before we even interacted with the cult. Now, while that might make they might already know the location before we interaction, it could also bear the fact that the spirits are being pointed in a certain direction, and they're being drawn to it like a magnet. Now, whether it's falling knows where the spirits are going exactly is hard to tell. But what is clear to say is, if our location is truly compromised, why hasn't he struck a false sense of attack, rally his armies, rally his troops, and just crushed us already? We're only literally coming to this conclusion now. They had more than 8 months to prepare.
Maybe they don't have enough information. They don't think they can do it yet.
I'm not sure if we understand the enemy enough of the conclusion on why they would or would not attack.
I second that, which is why I don't understand why we still don't go after the one we know where he is. Oh no, he's Daddy's favorite little son. Worst case, we already have a target on our ass for killing 2 of them.
That's
We don't know where he is exactly. Liz.
Okay. It made it sound like we knew where he is. We just
Israel.
don't want to touch him to piss off the wrong person.
No, we
It's
know
thought he's in Israel.
generally that he might be in a certain area, but we don't have any confirmation. Plus, there's
There we
bureaucracy,
go.
politics, and etc., etc.
There's also the fact if he is used to transport information around between the generals, it means he has a way to get around to different regions, either incredibly quickly or without being seen. Either of those would make it
And
difficult to
as
actually
noted,
find him.
the cult's 2 targets right now is Israel and Neptunia.
Can I point out something big that a lot of you might be missing? If he's used to transport information and he is currently in Israel, what's the part we're going to mention where there might be a second general he's actually transporting that information to?
I mean, that's the one thing I've been thinking of. There might be now new generals that we don't even know about.
Like, by
In
sounds of
8 months, they would not come.
By sounds of things, there is at least like 3 generals at play. If what's correct, they work independently, well, split up into multiple regions, do multiple operations simultaneously. Hey, one could even be a decoy for all we know.
They may be, just that.
Out of pure curiosity, are there any Israeli council members that only recently joined?
The most recently acquired council member is Mika, because she took the role from her mother. But even recent was 15, 20 years ago.
Unfortunately, even that's not... We can't say that's too far. Because we don't know how long they've been building toward this sort of thing. Especially with the thought that if Father is a construct, or any other long-lived species, time and how long this has been building might not have been an issue.
It's not Mika.
I can agree with him. It's not Mika, because to my knowledge, Mika, she's been not locked, but mostly spent her times in the tower most of the time, so...
She's a natural hermit, but even then she's also revealed herself multiple times during the festival.
Yeah, knowing her for a long time, I can say that she's not those type of people.
And it's very unlikely you would be any of the original council members. Those were all picked right at those. Well, that'll be
And does run for how fucking long?
50 years.
My point stands.
However,
that thought spawned from what it was said before, trying to an external and internal takeover of Israel.
Now imagine this. Israel has no leader right now.
take over Israel. At least from the other 2 attacks, they seem to be starting a war trying to find no indication they want to take over the kingdom they were raiding.
Here's the problem with taking over
if
Israel.
They would want to take over. Yes, Kira,
You've all
what's
seen the
problem?
construct known as Songbird, correct? Bento's creation.
Which one is that one again? Bredel.
No, I didn't know that.
Iron Cage area.
I have met her though.
One was at the
Now imagine
tournament.
this. The cult
festival
tries doing issues. Songbird is fragile. Her mana is unstable. If If they were pulled from her at all, that would signal for Mentos' return. They had screwed the cult over immediately.
How do
That
you
would
know all
force
this?
Mentos to probably return. I've done my studying and I've learned some things.
Virtues.
Right.
How many councilmen did you say have joined since the last past? I'm going to say about 100 years.
What's the question?
How many councilmen have joined since the last past 100 years?
Last 100 years? For Israel?
Yes.
There wasn't a council at all till 50 years. The other 50 years it was just mythos. The council was basically formed when their ruler kind of fucking dipped.
We're sure he dipped and wasn't just, executed or assassinated?
No.
We would have found a body if it did. Not a note.
Yeah, it would have been that
Let's get
ant
rid of the
would
body.
be.
Trust me, it would take a lot to randomly kill him.
Yeah, to my knowledge,
thought is-
yes, it would.
The easiest method.
Enough from their assassin.
The easiest method for a general of this cult to be able to navigate through Israel without being seen and without having much of a presence would be that they are already there on the inside.
I'm not agreed. However, the second layer does also have a crime family problem.
That I can say that has been an issue for a long time down there. So
Undercity, most likely. The easiest way to get through.
hence, the lower area has been pretty bad since the pollution is bad down there. Which,
So it's the easiest way for the cult to rally their troops as well and get more people.
yeah,
Maybe we're still looking at the wrong target.
perhaps, yeah.
You think they're going to focus on Neptunia first?
No. I think Israel is their goal. But I think we're all looking at the general in the wrong place. The general just has to give commands.
Yeah.
It could easily be said that one person under his lead could be on the council while the other one is in the crime family. He's giving the orders to those two for him to carry out, so he can stay under the radar.
Seen as the Israeli issue, meanwhile, the cult's not doing a single finger yet, still making actions.
There is also the current, since we're bringing up the council member, council problem. Dolan, the current overseer of the second layer, is kind of in hot water, considering a certain incident came to light. So the council was kind of under fire right now as they're trying to deal with that.
Oh, fantastic. They're already in a vulnerable position. Ready there.
Exactly.
Oh, boy.
But it also gives us time to make actions as well.
Potentially.
It really doesn't, considering we don't have enough information.
Even if we were right and it is council member or something like that, how do you go about even trying to handle that? We can't just look into Israel and be like, the council member's fucked up. It's not gonna, work.
No.
It's more along we gotta have proper proof saying that they did something bad. So it would take a lot of time.
We need the council on our side.
Yeah.
Do they have any
No.
outstanding problems currently they're dealing with we could take advantage of
If we
meeting
get-
them with? It's a good way to get trust with the councilmen if we solve their
get back to
problems.
you.
Why I mentioned investigate the ships that are being broken in Neptune. we get standing for helping them, and we're allowed to investigate what we want to investigate in the first place.
That's also a
We'll see.
conversation.
Well, with Dawn Undersea, the second layer would probably be in, well, somewhat chaos. I had figured currently under trial. That means there'll be some disorganization, rallying troop, etc., etc. Not to mention, some of the growing heads will probably be trying to make a move now. Trying to get more power while there's a little gap of it.
The reason why getting a councilman on our side would be a bad idea is because we don't know who the councilman is. If there's a traitor among them, we don't know who.
That's true.
It sounds
Even if we could try to flush out
like
their
it's
cities.
summarizing to just
Well,
we need for something to happen.
If I do able to go back, I'm able to try to talk to Mika because she's head of the medical
We
stuff.
had a plan, actually. I was told to not fully discuss this yet, but if we did go send some students to Israel, it has to be those of Israeli people or residents. That way we can have things to cover up certain things.
I want to see it.
Well, then you brought that. I am one of Israelians, David, Tess.
What would I try?
Rupert.
Lance, and I go there enough that
There's just not bringing a bear, which would be winter and you'll.
I do believe in an ASPs. This has a Dark entity as
So
well.
normally I'm the best.
So him attempting
like,
The
to
issue
do
is, if
anything
you
would
send
be
Israeli
wrongdoing of
residents,
him.
you guys are going to have to play a very hard biting your tongue
This
with
one's
a
going to be more of a political wheel.
obvious.
I'm not saying he couldn't go, I'll just give him the general warning I gave the Easter as long as they don't try anything stupid.
Always to both of us.
I would
In
simply
which
ask
case,
that
Issue is, if we send you guys there, that also may bring you guys into hot water as well, since we won't be able to help you at all.
Otherwise,
Well, that
at a
probably
certain
won't be
point,
an issue because I was part of the
begins to drain on her back.
the nights over there. So
And it may pull from you.
provided I'm paying attention to it, I should be able to see if it
Discussion
attempts
between those of planning things.
Now, if he ever decides to get
But we need more information. One way we could is by sending Israeli students that are there. Placed
Worst
right
case,
now.
I could tag along with them.
Hold on.
You're missing another crucial point. What just happened? What just happened in Israel? What did we all
It's getting
attend?
harder to hear you.
Where all our names were thrown around.
the tournament.
I said,
Ah, shit, you're right.
well, the Green Mirror is being
Curiosum
I
was
never
all
give a real
used
shit
right
right
now.
now.
We do have to keep on, make sure he doesn't turn hostile. Ghosts have a tendency to make people relive
If we see the
trauma,
students back, that
whether
would...
they like to or not.
You would need
And he is tied to
more
a variant that
of
has
I didn't know that.
people who could operate under shadows.
Ghosts cannot do anything physically to you.
Yes, I
but
know.
They can mentally strain you.
Plus, if it is
Are
the
we
second
capable
layer,
of seeing
well,
the mana that the ghost has, if not the ghost itself?
really not much has
Israel
changed.
is
between
broadcasted, most likely.
After effect.
True,
Those
but
that
if
can
they
be
have
done
any
as
life
living,
signs moving around,
but it's something.
an excuse to look, after all.
It will also be important that
Fontaine, are you
if at
here?
any point you or you hear about any others having any visions or strange occurrences around them, please let me
I got
know,
a
since
question
it
for
could
you.
be the spirit, another
I
that's
hopefully have an
been sent
answer.
here.
I know you have the answer. Out of
I
all the
could pass along the
paperwork filled out,
information,
how
yes.
many of our students were all those students listed in all the paperwork?
Yes. I've been able to draw very little at a time and then immediately pull back out of the room so it would not try to take any back.
Is there any way
It
to
still seems
intact
to replenish
them
itself, but
or
not to
keep
an
them
entire
private
degree.
for you?
It will take a
short
very
while?
long time to drain it properly.
I mean, yes.
I'm hoping to at least get to the point where it can no
Ambient mana
longer
out of the room?
protect the Dreamweaver with him.
Why do we need to keep any certain students?
I am uncertain what it is
Well,
drawing
this
from
thing's
exactly.
private.
Holding up alright?
It does not seem to be
We
having
might
direct
have to go.
artifacts in the room with it. Which is why I was considering perhaps somewhere else
but
within the
thing
academy,
is,
either something or some
not only is
person,
the private
or potentially other
paperwork
spirits
is
that have been
in
sent
the
here.
open, but the fact that
If it's drawing for something, we should be able to see at least the direction it's being drawn from.
It's either that, or it has a very large amount of stored mana and simply only shows a very small portion of it at a time.
Kinda that way for everyone else, I think.
We do not know the full capacity of how many people lost their life before it got into our hands.
More than likely.
So that is definitely a possibility.
Participated in that tournament.
I'm hoping that at least by drawing it little by little,
Just
I am
there at the festival from the school.
relieving some
More
spirits
than
from
likely
its
they have, well,
grip.
for the participants, they absolutely have their paperwork.
Like it's purgatory.
Because, well, they had to make sure they had that for medical reasons.
How morbid.
They needed treatment. As for
It's a morbid topic.
Well, students who are there just merely for the festival, they shouldn't have their paperwork. Because why would they need it? No. As for the only
Is that a
problem,
teaching
though,
from the
is that
order you mentioned
still
before?
Everyone has
Or personal beliefs?
Yes.
both competitors and
The order teaches it,
non-competitors,
but it
so,
is also the truth.
that
All men
but
and all people
doesn't help us out. But
go back through the
to
planet
answer your
once they
question,
die.
yes, if we need
Become a
to
spirit is to be separated from that
pretty much
cycle
just
for a time.
make any sort of thing from their records private, then we technically could. Though that's more
I suppose that follows.
a department for that one or the headmistress, because
Indeed.
I don't really have the power to do so.
I will at least
I
continue
meant more
the
of the fact
process
that
as long as I
finding it
can,
from
if that is all right,
easier.
Professor.
Of course.
Here's the issue, though, with us being so late on it. One, who's to say they
Are you
haven't
intending
already?
to do it somewhat
Two,
soon,
it gets
or more
weirdly
during the
suspicious,
night?
so we're abruptly ripping it away without a valid excuse.
I've been attempting to try at nighttime.
That's why. Worst
At least be
case,
consistent with it, so that it does not have the capacity of
There is
replenishing
also the
itself
factor
fully,
of,
in case it is drawn from something.
we can probably get it past Oswald.
Your prayer is a
We're
spell
not
in
ready to
nature,
pass the
correct?
council members.
that's why worst
There's
case.
at least an ability that
Because keep in
I can
mind,
perform.
Oswald,
The mantra
I kid you
simply
not,
allows
I'm
me to
pretty
focus
sure
that.
I can just keep him busy for like a day.
Well,
and
spells
we
can
could just
also
have one
technically
go to
be
his office and
countered.
just grab the records. However,
At least judging from the conversation I
when it
had
comes
last
to
with
someone who's a
Fontaine.
little bit more,
So
how
there
am I
might
supposed to
actually
put
be
this? Not easily
countermeasures in
distracted like Miss
place
Mika,
for
it's not gonna happen.
that kind of praise.
Well, thing is,
It does seem to be. At
spoke
least at a
I've
certain
known for a
point, it
long
does
time.
attempt to
I've
draw back
pretty
from me,
much
like a tug of war.
been distracted for
I have been
hours
cutting
on
myself
end.
off and leaving the room as soon as that
Even the
happens, so
tower.
it cannot take anything back.
Well, that's
Also,
2 of them down at least.
Given that most
I'd
likely
say
you'll
at least
lose.
1 or 2 more. but-
another worst case.
I do not wish
You
for it
said
to
it
gain
yourself.
anything back.
Those who weren't in the tournament don't have their names written down, and a few people in the tournament didn't quite give the right information.
I wonder
So there's a
though,
bit more wiggle room with that.
how long can you keep
Why I
preparing
kept my
it?
face covered the entire time during the fight.
Eventually,
That is what
the
I'm curious
reserves
about.
will run. So
well,
eventually
keep
his
in mind,
reserves
let's
I have my own
really-
needs.
It may be a
But whether
very
or
long
not that's a
time.
realistic
It is
schedule
a-
for us depends on how deep
unless
this
you
well
kept your
goes.
face covered all, it's
Could be in the
throughout
scale of
festival, too.
drawing from it for a year or from 100 years.
I wonder would have been bound to have seen.
Avoiding
An
people
attempt
for
to
a
be
reason.
swifter going
Plus, like I
forward.
said, I have my own
See whether
means
it changes
to...
anything. But I will continue to leave as soon as it begins
avoided
to pull
people
back.
doesn't mean that they can still get the
If you don't
information.
mind-
Possible,
on
I
your
might be able to
Facebook,
see
like-
how much you actually pull from its
That's
story.
why I say I have my own means.
You can give an estimate at least,
The first thing on
No, I
Island
know.
it's not your face.
Well,
it's
provided
your
that doesn't have stores I can't see.
If you
Like I
don't
said,
mind,
I
That
have
is
my
what
own
I'm
ways
concerned
to...
I would also like to
Not
see
be
this in
recognized.
progress.
Shadow magic does have its wonders, after all. Like I said,
Considering
not my
if it's
first
not in
rodeo,
spiritual
I'm
nature,
especially if it's
then
down
it's
there.
But I will recommend keeping a party of
True,
max
I will
before
give credit there.
the artifact room is not too big, and we don't want to overcrowd it.
Not to be rude,
Agreed.
but
And that is
living
also
in
more
Israel
sources of
certainly
mana
is
that
not
can
an
potentially pull
easy
from.
task.
Cube has been assisting me so far, considering that
you
his
have to learn how to be
magic
at least a
can allow
little
me
bit
to escape
crafty.
much faster.
Well, knowing me,
But like I
I've been
said,
for a long time,
Interesting
so
application.
house there.
Precise.
I would request that he would be the
There's a will, there's a
then,
way.
in order to allow you all to escape faster as well.
Though, it just
That raises us to 4.
theoretically here, if we are going to even humor the idea of sending some students over to Israel,
Actually, it's probably a good
regardless,
thing it's
we are
not
going to have at
drawing
least, for
magic
example,
the thing right next
Sayori or
to
Jakku
it.
or even
It makes sense if the
villages
Israeli and
nearby.
students is basically
What artifact is right next to it?
their items or things from the
Artifact from my
most likely
homeland.
too.
Yes,
It's
but I'm saying regardless.
old
If we're
family
going to do
heirloom.
so, we still have to have someone going along by because.
It's a cursed sword.
I know for a fact, even Oswald.
This is
loves-
also
You keep
why I
your
was
personal-
considering.
Oh yeah, we're just sending them on their own. No.
I was just going to ask, you keep your personal artifacts
He'll know something.
There's one for the
artifact room?
professors in there.
He'll know something's up.
I
But
see.
I keep mine in there because it's extremely dangerous if
So last night
one
I
of the
used to
students
interact
were
with
to grab
him,
it.
he tend to forget.
This is
If
also why I brought up
somebody
the
who
consideration
doesn't
of
meet
separating
the
that
conditions
particular
grabs
artifact
it,
from the-
it starts
and
growing
isolating it
mushrooms and
further.
vines, starting their internal
I
organs.
think it would be best for you to
Hmm.
go that way
May I say
and
something?
say me and
If you
Jakku
also know
tag
that
along.
this thing
We
has
can keep
clairvoyance,
it in the shadows.
and it's kept to next to a multitude of other artifacts,
Plus, you would be the best.
and by some of
It
the
would be
thing they
best
can
case
create
scenario.
artifacts.
I'd keep Oswald off the glass a little bit.
So you
If there
literally
is a
keep
clairvoyance on this, if there is a clairvoyance on this artifact, they wouldn't be able to see through it.
Bringing
The
a big
artifact room
number
is
of
much
people
more
would be a bit
carefully
suspicious, but also be
built
stupid
than
not to.
the other rooms in this facility.
So if we do split
no
the
one
group,
could see
one
in or out besides Fontaine.
noticed one.
What
cut
I
off
We'll
part.
half with you.
So I do not
We
know
still
what it
keep
has
our
so
numbers
far.
in a safe, comfortable
The
number.
artifacts in this room are
But don't draw as much
well,
attention. It's easier
more
to admit
important
saying you're
than
on
the
a
one that
casual
you're
outing with
currently
smaller numbers than with an entire group.
there's more.
But again,
than
it's suicide
decorative
not to bring a whole
precautions.
group.
Probably the most hardest
The
thing
issue
to do
is, if you're
to
going into
through their
Undercity,
sheer
that's
force
gonna
alone.
be its own risk right now.
Mm-hmm.
I know, I'm not stupid.
However, despite all the barriers, it can
That's why I said
still
split the
draw
group.
and give mana from where it is.
On our little hole.
And I can draw from through the barrier. So it is not a
Think of it right now, Dad.
I suppose.
We're targeting Israel right
Closed
now.
off.
The Archer and them have already
Sorry to interrupt the conversation.
The Undercity
I'm
is going
told that
through
it would be
shit right
much
now.
more
The council's
dangerous
on
to touch it
fire.
directly, given what it
They
does.
have enough time to do whatever they can right now. Asking
I
any
just
no
need to
intentions
be
on
able to draw
touching
through the
it.
barrier.
would save a lot of people and
Touching
probably
it is the
ourselves.
problem. Breathing in the
Our
gas that is
biggest
constantly
information
emitting
that we
is
need
the
to
problem.
gather is how many of their commanders that they have there. If there's one overall
Hey,
general
get
and then two
gas mask.
sub-commanders, that would be where we
We're talking about the
can get
dream.
that info.
We also have to be.
You remember it.
You first.
Yeah, I remember. I made a gas mask and helped fix them.
It's not capable of making us sleep, is it?
Wanting to take this.
It's not
initiative,
making
and
of
I
us
really
sleep, but it's
hope
still
it won't.
able to draw our mana
But
from
at the
it.
same time, you, as well as even you, for example,
General
I need
fatigue.
to borrow a cookery for a second.
granted,
I
you've
found that
been
out
here a bit
somewhere.
longer. Even individuals like Ryan.
Anybody you care about sharing water using their magic?
It's like
At the
having
same
your life
time,
force slowly sucked out of your body,
I just
and
don't
there's
want
no thing you
all
can
to
do
jump
in
into
order to
something that you
replace
don't
it. No
fully
healing magic, no
at least that
regeneration.
you're not fully prepared for.
It's a
Don't kid yourself or underestimate us on that.
How
I wouldn't be
unpleasant.
making a stupid recommendation if I wasn't willing to put my own blood into it.
Just how unpleasant.
Child, I understand. It's not so much underestimating. Underestimating. It's more so.
Imagine
At the end of the day, I'm a professor here. I have to make sure I do what I can to keep the students
needles
safe.
on top of needles going through the nostrils or portages and then stabbing and pulling out
I have a solution to this.
as it slowly descends into your body.
By
the way, I have a lot of talking to do.
And so
I
every
know how
time
to
that you
use
pull
any
one
type of form of shadow
something,
magic
you
to
lose
travel in
something.
shadows.
You physically
It's
feel you
Blitz.
lose something.
Oh, one who uses.
So he
cunning.
would be
You are-
with me,
you are
Jakuno,
Well,
Yasashi.
me, Jakuno.
That's
Then the
unpleasant.
issue comes how many students do we bring along? If we include yourself, that would include only 2 other students.
Eventually,
And
the
then
cause
we'll
of
be
death
able
if
to-
it goes fully through.
Was
Once the whole man is removed from the body,
David,
it is
Lance could have some good standing.
a corpse.
In terms of how yes, it goes
There's
from
also what's his
flowing and
him.
His
You want to be the one to catch me up?
It'd be best thing if his things getting too
They are
much
talking
down.
about the dreamy
Yes,
forest
that's
that
will be
contain
bad. You're very good on
So,
Yeah, Mel kind of brought.
sensation
is that we have
the
exactly
gas
3 and
going
3 on
through you,
each.
removing your mana.
One
Yeah,
person
Mel's
can go
been
into
seeing
each
a lot of
shadow.
spirits. I just told him to relax a bit.
For example,
We wouldn't need to deal
I
with
could
that
go in your
artifact.
shadow, Blitz could go into...
Just around.
Braga's
More spirits.
shadow, and Chakuno can go into... Colors.
Was it Ordinary Mister? I don't know. It's been a while. I've been talking non-stop, so I'm a bit tired as well.
Yes, I'm not too sure on that one.
Exhaustion.
Outside of the artifact.
Oh, yeah, in this case, we'll do Tesla.
Have you done a daily checkup on that artifact, though, at least? Weekly?
You have the excuse,
She's
you
been
and
going
Belder
there
have an excuse of picking up, like, personal items, doing paperwork,
enough.
all of that, you have reason to be there. Now,
Well, basically, it was just the Dream Readerverse artifact thing we thought,
Chakuno
right?
and Blitz can use our shadows to investigate and try to get as much information as we can.
And then I've been talking with him.
I'm in all for this plan.
And we're forming another party to go inside. I at least want to be able to actually see
7 hours to
Kokiri
investigate.
draw from it.
But that would also mean Blitz, he would have to stay
The
close.
same with the Dreamweaver, he also wishes to, he'll be willing to speak more, as long as he's willing to see new faces.
Especially at night.
It's those, if it's a year 2, it's gonna get a little violent.
No more. I'm fine with that.
Like the idea.
Well, I hope he's talkative. I can at least figure out the general direction he is, even if I can't
He's a
see him
silver
fully.
tongue, but
He gives
he's
off
willing
a
to
mad
be
trap.
somewhat honest.
Not this soon, but I will trust you.
That's going to be up to how well Kokiri and Aura can translate.
If something goes south,
I don't think I'll be able to hear him.
New faces have a better chance than, well, the people who are actually
As long as they're dark users,
which
I can.
I'm quite slippery after all, too, I must say.
Which follows.
Which is why
Still keeps his living biases.
going until we have this solved. We don't need
I
to
fully
stab
agreed
it
on
very
that.
soon.
Also, thank you, Salary, for having faith in my skill.
So, these four can only.
Being 28 stab wounds.
The exact
Said
group
exactly.
is going to be Kokiri, myself, Aura, and Cube.
talking about bringing.
That is the group of 4 that are going to go in
I'm
tonight.
just excited to finally not be sitting on my ass doing jack off.
Understood them.
Figure out ways
I'm fine with that.
for us to find.
I'll trust you guys
Trying
on
to get
this.
mine bent.
What level
Trust you guys on it.
going to?
It's been, besides the festival, quite some time.
Should be able to learn something from it.
Second,
I can toughen my nerves for what I need.
Fair enough.
look, this is whole talk, nothing set in stone yet.
Yeah, I know. Still, it's fucking second wire, isn't that the one that was off limits? When we were there.
It was off limits during the festivities. They can't keep it off the grids the entire year. It's where most of the business happens after all.
Yeah, no shit, but still. Oh, look, we have. If they have it off limits, I imagine they had it off limits for a reason. And I'm pretty sure a good reason.
During festivities, it's hard to keep an eye on things with so many people.
That's as much as I know for that reason.
At this point, Fontaine, we might have to
The
just.
same one that's currently under trial.
What do you think it's
Only best choice
I've
right now.
already, I've already said my piece. I don't like the idea of it. Also, because I don't like to send year 1s in on something so soon that could possibly go south. But if you all trust
We're not
them,
planning
then
on it
I will
yet.
put my trust in them as
Time.
well.
Information to make
But,
that choice on.
But the only way
We
to
try
do it
having someone on standby real quick too.
Exactly.
We don't have to send them immediately, and we do also need to talk to this about the headmistress. She's gonna have to talk to the council to make sure there's no funny biz going on.
We're not there to...
We're also gonna have to talk with Copperbeard too, because we need all.
know.
We also need an all-professor agreement on that too, along with the other
People are
assistants.
stupid whenever it comes to a place like
True.
that.
Just having the
They're gonna think
conversation
that
so
from
we
it,
get the
so
ball rolling.
you're just
We
so
need to actually
lacking
start
in
having these conversations if we do
Mhm.
want to.
Oh shit.
I don't even go down to second layer.
This is a
I
horrible
avoid.
idea. That's a horrible idea.
Oh, correction. I just don't go to Israel in general because I imagine living there is already a task in itself.
I don't like going there.
I've heard it only gets worse with each layer down. Is that true?
Oh yes,
I'm
it gets.
discussing what you were talking about, but okay.
Alright, you were
lower.
No, I know what he was going after.
The lower down.
That was my first time in Israel, and the air was disgusting, even if I went high up.
You're right, it is a
Yes,
bad idea. I do agree with that. But
the
they're
lower
not going to
levels
be
you
the
get,
ones
the
actually doing
how do I best
anything.
put
They are
it? The
just there
thinner
to
the
get their
air
stuff
gets,
and
because
be-
it's just so much harder to break down there.
It's more.
The third layer is the toxic wasteland. It's where they cut all their waste.
Yes. I wouldn't be surprised if there was just nothing but, not just thieves, but drug addicts that are just trying to scope around and find any sort of, like, I guess, thing for their fix. And that's not me just being, like, stereotyping. That's just, sadly, just the life of how it is in the layers down there.
Oh, the real problem are the mutant animals at the bottom. Well, pollution has caused
Everything's
the
gonna
old
be at risk at
living
that
where
point.
to become quite hostile. Exactly.
They're not going to the third level, so it should be fine.
Yes.
For the
No,
most.
they would need special equipment to even survive in the third layer.
More of a goal.
For now, let's just focus on the main thing they're doing.
Guys plan to go ahead
And then we'll talk with the headmistress, all the other professors, and see what the verdict is for you guys. And also figure out a safety precaution for you guys in case things go south.
And only one thing, and only check that one thing first.
One thing I will suggest is...
Towards the end of the night would probably be best, but whenever everyone is available is fine. I also need to find a
My
key.
schedule for the rest of the night is free.
See if we can't find
So just whenever.
any of the councilmen that would.
My best recommendation also,
her to
if you're going to head to Israel, even if it's second layer, I'm not too sure how often any of at least like more of the toxic and polluted air can come from third, at least up to second,
Less
but
opportunities it is.
Technically, we do still like.
Yeah, I agree with Sabi on this one.
no, I'm talking about if they
that's why I would
still on the idea of if they go to Israel.
Second one.
By it sounds, I think it's
Here's
another
what
group of
secondly,
people.
they would still need a gas mask just to be safe.
Yeah, no, we still have the
Just
master.
bring someone. I was still going to suggest bring someone who has at least some bit of wind magic. It's good to help at least help clear the air still.
Mal or Arlo. Probably Arlo. Actually, no, I need a second year there. They needed someone.
Is the toxicity of the second level enough to irritate the eyes?
You say Arlo, but still at the same time, keep in mind also Mal's wind magic is a lot more proficient.
I would say both of them.
Probably avoid the major
Because then
areas.
they have some of the experience and some
You're
more
actually
proficiency.
the buildings.
But I will if needed.
That could work.
Knowing how things
I will say
are down
though,
there,
worry more about the
knowing how
face
things work
eyes. The
down
wings
there
eyes
is
are able to handle it at least better.
We'll provide you guys supplies or equipment for when you guys go down there, so that way you guys are at least safe. Goggles for your eyes,
As long as
mask for your
traveling through their clouds won't just strip me to my bones.
Everyone seems so
I can
The
survive
second
on the
layer
second
is
layer.
literally built underneath the first layer. There is no sky.
Yeah.
I want to make sure it's okay.
What's the vertical distance between them?
I don't.
If I were to go down there, how high could I fly?
Jumping into something.
Not too well, considering all the pipes
Sorry if I
and
sound
lines
like
connecting to the first.
Yeah. Fantastic.
Your concerns are
Think of
very
it
The
as
second layer works to make the first layer look prettier, so a lot of things can be done.
There's a reason why I don't like going to Israel.
Due to the
I'll
lack
paint you a
of knowledge
picture
we
then.
found
Think of it
behind
as
forced
for
us
the also for the festival.
I admit.
Yes.
To compensate.
Think of it essentially as
time.
that.
There's a
Let's
saying,
use
after
that
all,
as the topmost
best time to
layer.
plant a
When you
seed
go
for
a layer
trees 50
down,
years
now
ago,
when
the
you
best
look
second
up,
time
you're
is
now
now.
seeing everything that was underneath that. All the pipeline, all basically anything of like the more lower infrastructure.
floors are now
And then you go
salt
below
and
that, and
grease
now you're
everywhere.
seeing the
Yes,
previous
apparently.
layers And the
I
lower
wouldn't
down
mind
you
if you wished
go,
to come along with.
well,
More.
Having
also,
someone who
the more
is
toxic,
sensible on it.
the more
Yeah.
well, dangerous,
while being
and
aware of
also
motions
the
of
darker
activity is
it
a good
gets,
thing.
because, well,
I know
theoretically
I'm
some light can semi-seep through into the second layer, while
I need to ask them
unlikely.
about
occasionally touching
why in
Again,
the world
the
do
lower
they
it gets,
even have to require
the darker and
ships?
more
Because
hazardous.
that's an
it's
entire
going to
factory
be.
that's been
It's why
overlooked.
big people
Flights
here have a
needed.
bone to pick with you, Israel.
A lot of times, different materials
Flights
that they make,
needed.
things
Where
that
did
they
they
make.
disappear?
I doubt I'd have the mana to just output light constantly.
Takes a lot of
But
things down there.
Yes,
in a moment.
especially if,
You would be a good
and
mix for
no
Takano and
disrespect to you,
Bliss.
Mr. Aranez, but even hypothetically, let's say, even if you had to go down to somewhere like the fourth layer, like
That's the thing.
just
You don't.
actually,
I'd rather
that's
not.
the most it is just 4, right?
I just have to take a
It's
ride on your
three.
shadow, dear Saber.
Fourth, they're
Three.
just in the black sludge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I'll
even
go
if
for
you had to go
Kendo.
somewhere as low
Would
as
the
like the
half-hour
third
mark
layer,
be
I
alright?
don't even think you could
A
output.
group like that is not gonna just, you know.
Would the half-hour
not have
mark
ways
be
of
alright
trying to
for
find stuff
attempting
like that.
again? I can prepare.
Probably some sort of
That
precautions
works.
against it might be a good idea too.
At least for me.
This is fine.
I'm gonna go take or call it from there for me.
I have no
Thank you.
interest
I'll get
in
everything whatever you guys need set up before.
Person to the second layer.
Yes, but
You guys have a good night. I'm
theoretically,
going
when
down there.
it
My
comes
only
to
concern at that point would be leave me alone.
even if it was somewhere like the third or second layer.
Curious.
No disrespect to you, Mr. Ernest, but I'm pretty sure you would
And
pass out long
regards
before
to
you're able to
what
keep a light going for the entire
incidents are in
day.
regard to Neptune.
That's what I was saying. If I tried,
Recall you
that's what I
mentioned something
prefaced my
about
statement with.
Entirely.
That I could not do that. It was the
So
first
for
thing I
that,
said.
half a year.
I was talking about in a
Many
moment.
of
I could probably
Neptune's
light up a
cargo
good
ships
section of it.
in trade vessels
But
apologies.
it has its own cost.
disappearing. Only
I said I did not have the mana to
sometimes the cargo
continually
will
keep
just
a light
float
on the
inside,
entire
sometimes
path.
disappear.
My
Depends on what it's carrying.
Hence, most of us carry lanterns down there. Metrotech lanterns.
Now, most people have been playing them
That's
on
because, well,
Pirate
traditional lantern is way too dangerous because, well, one would-be flame is, well, one gas leak and
the common reason that
you,
it's playing.
I'm pretty sure you can do
Yeah.
the rest.
No, that's why I'm kind of curious about it, because
More
every
close to
single
space, the
little bit,
worse
even
we
if it's
get.
just a rumor, is important in this
Precisely.
scenario.
Hence,
Especially if it
first
happens
layer
with-
has the fresh air and more clean
The main
than
cargo
the rest
cargo
layers.
disappears with all these rays.
Even
As
worse, if
Even
you
though-
were to light them
really
in.
is mana
To light a
crystals.
fire in, well, the lower the layer you let a fire in,
Such as
Specifically,
was
Neptune's
it,
water crystals.
then the likelier the chance of you igniting something and then, well,
Interesting.
it's only
Yeah.
going to keep going upwards.
So, mana crystals
Yeah,
are
the combustion will
most
follow the pipes all the way to final way to
I
release
presume
the
also
combustion
other, like, ores
outwards.
potentially even, I would
So,
presume.
luckily enough, magic lanterns are helpful. And
Only
also,
mana
why,
rich
if you're going to take anyone to Israel,
For golem
if you need
construction.
to defend yourselves, then it's best to bring someone who
The
at least
Neptunian
is not a
precious
pure
magic
fire
ores
user.
are
It's okay if
typically
someone else has
used
something
for
other than
enchanted
fire, but
jewelry and such.
if it's
Yeah.
someone who's purely fire,
It's why
then
they have a
that's
really good
only going to hurt you more.
relationship with
Yeah. I'm
Israel.
not pure fire, so I merely use Metrotech anyways, so.
And when
Which
you
is
also
why
say
also we
that
can still
there
bring
are
right.
ships that disappeared,
So he might build them as
like,
nice
is it
and
from a
crafted
specific
and-
route? Like, do we know that?
I can
like,
create
it's between
create
certain
stuff for
countries, or
those who are going down
is this
there to
random?
at least protect themselves. So.
I would say
It's not a set
I'd like the
it
lesson
changes
about
between
the various students'
attack to
abilities and weaknesses to happen
That's why sea
before
creatures
any sort of team is made.
After all, pirates were
To
set
actually
for
go
area.
and explore.
They wouldn't just migrate.
That's something
No,
I'll
create
leave this one
wars that
here
are
or
necessary.
Miss Sayori to probably cover.
Hmm.
I believe Ironwood was actually setting up that lesson.
For example,
Oh, was he already?
I'm kind of curious
Splendid.
about
He was the one who initially approached me about it when I brought it up
that
to
full
him.
day, just a sea
Ah,
creature,
perfect.
as you said
Yes.
yourself.
Another person I can actually trust with it too.
Then that leads back to a question, are they using a ship? Are they flying there? Are they swimming there?
Especially with all of
Are
the
you
new cavalry
teleporting?
members who don't have any of the tribal knowledge of what any of the other members can do.
True.
It
or
would have
what
to be
will
something
immediately
crazy.
injure them and or kill them.
So teleportation would
Certainly
be
going to be
Generally
very
just having a
difficult.
demonstration
if
of all of the abilities.
What are we talking about over here?
It could be an
We
illusion.
transitioned.
The question is
Oh,
how they
to
can
make
I don't believe your name was
lesson
brought up.
on...
without being spotted.
I did when I was pointing out that lessons on students and
Here's
strength
a interesting
that
thing
Sayori might be able to teach it them.
to take
You informed me
into
that I was
So
already
they
working on
blame
this.
it on sea creatures,
I would approach
right?
me about it, yes.
And pirates,
Oh
yes.
yes, I already know.
I was saying that if there's the idea of going out on missions and
How
potentially
likely is it
hostile
that
areas of unknown
if it's another
forces,
ship,
such as Israel's
if it's
second layer,
potentially
given that we
somehow
genuinely don't
flying,
know
if
what's
it's
down
somehow...
there, or if the
I
cult's
don't know
down there at
how
all.
something like that would be even possible,
It'd
though.
be best to do that demonstration
below.
if any of the newer cavalry members are going to be present. Not knowing anything that their team can
Flying
do is
ships do
very poor.
exist, but that still bears
May I speak to the group as a whole, real quick?
As for below ships, well, I never seen
I will
one,
say this:
but it's not
before
the
any
remote
mission
possibility, I guess.
or anything we do,
Mm-hmm.
I want to at least have 2 to 3
Who
weeks
knows,
of
maybe
training
for
you all.
all we know, it might just be a
Not
whole
with that.
crew of like merfolk.
I would expect
That's
that, yes.
more.
I want you.
True.
Yeah.
I want you to know.
Or it could be an
everything
entire crew
about
of
each
wind
other.
users.
Gas fire.
And you, I need to talk to you in a bit.
Like,
I don't
Sure.
care
figuring
if
out
you're
what's
trying to
happening
hide
there is
anything.
probably another
it's
thing we
something
should
important,
also
I'll
focus
come
on,
back.
not just Israel.
This
We
is
do
actually
have
ironically
a
what the
student
assignment I was
currently
actually
working
going to
there
give you all.
undercover at the moment. If you saw a Ash
I
during
think
the
Braga
tournament,
has some
she's
experience
currently
with this training.
investigating for
But I
us.
want you all
But
to know
for now,
the abilities of everyone.
we
that
need to
consist,
focus on one
as
country
well
at a
as
time.
the
If we divide and split
compositions
too
that
much,
you
well,
can work with and make together.
I'm just thinking
Out of all
about
the
like
students.
every single lead must lead somewhere still. After all.
of course. And it is why I'm also planning to do a
That's why I want that lesson.
class
Aye, aye.
eventually. And after all, in order to best
I
know
figured as much.
your enemy, you need to best know the area we're going to.
Going out and
But besides
interviewing
that-
I already did a
one-on-one is
Israeli head class,
tiring
but
and
that's
inefficient.
before all the new students got
Buy
here.
and chase after people.
I'm a
See
little
if
familiar
someone
with
them
it.
when it gets a chance.
and you'll
Then
probably get more
considering
That's also
Wyvern
inefficient.
has some positive
It really
relationships
is.
with them.
Let's say there's a
It's
point
better
there.
off is to talk to them
Not too
one-on-one
much.
than eavesdrops, because eavesdrops can ruin that person relationship between you and the others, because it's pretty bad.
It ruins trust.
Yeah.
True.
And if they lie, that's just generally in their own disinterest. I prefaced it every single time with telling them that I'm trying to avoid killing them, and that's why I need to know what kills them.
Luckily, a lot of people, even before the tournament, are very talkative. If not about themselves, about those around them. Even to
Right.
non-students.
Is it all for...
My
sorry?
point.
Yes, practically for the time, I do apologize. But
Oh, you're
I told you,
Happens
she's
to the rest of us.
planning it up.
virtues.
Yes.
Would it be fair to say in 3 to 4 weeks of training non-stop before we even consider approving a mission like this?
I mean, as long as they're not exhausted after doing it non-stop, but...
I mean, I've
Well,
trained
at
my
least a
brother
1 week
before.
of break.
But I do believe training the new students so they don't die immediately on a first mission would be a good idea.
Yeah.
Yes. Even though a lot of there's going to be 3 teachers, I want at least everyone trained up.
Let's be honest. The training is also a way for you guys to better understand what we can do, because the tournament really did fuck all the showcase things.
Well,
Of course.
No.
No,
After all, if you're
I
in
was
this
gonna say-
classroom, you need to understand how to communicate with your teammates better.
Exactly.
I was gonna say that during my first time, my first day here, where the cavalries were assigned
We
to
don't
gather
want
up
another
teams and
again.
do a mock battle against the year 2s. which we have to
That is also
learn
going to be
each
fun.
other's.
I let the students
Yeah,
do a
learn
mini
each other's weaknesses
mini
and
test
advantages each other of
thing for like
their
an hour.
abilities.
I left for literally 1 hour.
So-
and when
I
I
will
came
be
back, they were
completely honest.
almost stabbing each other.
Most likely in 2 weeks after I have another lesson, I want to try to do a type of, I guess the best way to put it is a war game. It's not just going to be you versus year twos.
One of us outside for a moment. It's a little bit important. Apologies.
At most. Thanks, has it.
Alright.
At most, how I plan on doing this is having one overall leader, and then each gathering member is broken up into teams of their own.
And that could be fun.
I'd love to hear that.
Though, boy, that is still in progress. I do need to at least have one classroom lesson with you all over grand strategy. The other thing is, I want you to, as I said, do that assignment I did assign you. Or I expect you did overhear the assignment.
Oh, you mean about learning about everyone's weaknesses, what they're most best at, how to potentially use them in the most efficient ways?
As well as making a team composition.
Yeah, I still require more talks for that one.
Would it be best to have us stay here and bring them in to just run us through what they can do as a group?
Please,
We do
I
need
beg
to
of
fill
you.
out that doc. It'd be easiest
Rather
for
than
forming team compositions if we know what everyone can do, and it's all written down.
How you do it is up to you guys. I will say that much.
I think this idea is better. And we're all aware of it. One.
And it also
Yes.
combats, I think you were concerned with. They might not
Yes,
be
I
as
agree.
honest if we're making them perform in front of every single student versus just
Exactly.
in front of the cavalry.
Well, there's again people who do sparrings at the training grounds, so
Not all abilities can be used in a spa without accidentally killing a fellow comrade.
yeah,
That's
hence
good for
there's-
supplementary knowledge, but that's not what we should use to start.
If that is all our assignment is, I'm gonna go ahead and take my leave. You guys have a good night.
I have one more thing for you specifically, Sabriel. If you can come up with a better plan, please bring it forward to me as soon as you can.
I'll think on it.
You can go now.
Getting them to all come into the cavalry lounge wouldn't be too difficult. A lot of them would like to show off. It's getting the message out and getting them ordered so that we don't waste time. That'd be the issue.
Would it be better to wait outside by the spa stage and make them go up one at a time? Less stairs to go through, less elevated little pulley things outside. Plus, most of them are already outside to begin with.
If you will, please excuse me. I got paperwork to take care of now.
No worries.
There's several ways we could do this. Either we continue the personal interviews, and then we just update the doc as we continue, figure out which students haven't been talked to.
Issue with that.
About 2, maybe 3 weeks of talking to the other classmates, the other students.
It would be a lot easier for us to do this as a group.
I agree.
Get them to come in, run us through
can
what
already-
they can do, what they're best at range-wise, and what will kill them.
Shall we?
The problem is trying to catch all of them. What
That is why I can run around and grab people. You guys gather up on the training area, and we go one
So
down the
most
line.
of me already went to bed already,
least have
so
the somewhat-
maybe.
We should probably
This would
wait
give
for
at least
that
the illusion
another
of
day
privacy.
first.
True. We will give the illusion of privacy, but the other issue is the fact that it's too tight this area, and we're wasting too much time walking them back and forth. No.
Yeah, so it's better that they feel more secure than anything else.
That's why it comes into the problem of efficiency and communication.
No, I have an idea. You two, you wait in here. You wait outside the door. I'm gonna go grab people, and we'll make them wait outside, and have them go in one at a time.
Also,
And then once I grab everyone, I can come back over here.
I think it's a better way to wait at least to the next. Considering, as they just said, most people are probably gone to sleep, and also, me and Aaron still have the artifact thing to take care of.
Which I believe that's in what? 10 minutes.
Something along those lines. I believe it was the half-hour mark.
Yeah.
Plan for next week.
How long ago was that?
Yeah.
No,
Long
I
enough.
do like some parts of your idea, Blitz. We just only have a
I'm glad
couple
to know.
cavalry members in here to ask the questions and record what the answers are. The other cavalry
I can at
members
least-
can be working around.
Give me a list of the names. I can probably give in some information that I've gathered before the tournament. What things will kill certain people, what things do certain people do. Like I said.
I don't sleep, so I can go ahead and create a document tonight.
You are wonderful every time you speak, thank you.
I know.
That would make my life so much easier. Well, make my plan. We're already making progress.
That we are.
Additionally, there is a way to make this communication go faster, actually.
Do tell.
For the people that are outside gathering different students, provided they give me a personal item of theirs, I can just speak into your mind.
True.
I can tell you when we're done, and you can tell me which students are ready.
Alright.
And I can tell you which students are left. So you don't have to remember the entire list of who's been interviewed.
I was gonna say there had to be in a comfortable place to tell about what their weakness and
Here. We're going to bring them here.
I admit this would be a good idea if we use the outside area as a waiting room. We have that process, it'll compensate with the useless running back and forth. But also, if we have people in the waiting room, they'll be more inclined to be patient since they're now being entertained amongst each other.
This also
A little bit of...
gives the illusion of privacy, along with the fact that it's the cavalry room. It's professional. This is where leadership is done. They'll be more inclined to give answers, and quickly.
Especially if they want to help against the cult issue. It's in their best interest to be as honest as they can.
We simply need to get them in here and through here, and update that document as fast as possible, considering we are on a time crunch with...
We are.
Over 30 students?
Well, more than that.
And we need to know what they can do before we can create any sort of composition.
and half of those students are year 2s, so...
Sounds like we definitely have a bunch of paperwork during night times.
Yeah, and by paperwork, you two have paperwork.
Winter. And probably get winter.
I can't
half
write
day.
things.
I'm aware.
The issue is, will Winter be useful for it, or will he be, oh, you need to do this yourselves and not get use? So far, it's been
It's a
50-50
cavalry
from him.
assignment, not a year 1 assignment.
Oh well. Now, where were we supposed to meet up with Kuragari?
I don't believe it was actually
It's-
stated about where, but there's one.
Let's say if it's the artifact, my guess is the library.
And I think he was coming to get us.
So it would seem. Wings mixed is a lot faster. Ah, reading books in the meanwhile while we're waiting for the others. Understood.
Is that book protected against your grief? I assumed you were already coming to gather us. You know where Kuragari is?
It says... His little board says, my grace isn't always active, only when I choose it to be, and Kuragari should be on the way.
So we have emergency escape, mana sight, 2 pairs of eyes that can see and hear spirits.
Be able to see when it actually begins to draw. Most likely we'll be able to see it before either of you will be able to know when it's happening. I believe Kuragari described it as from feeling.
And feeling is not the best, though also, just in case if it's something else spiritual. If she's not, considering she's drawing, meaning she's focusing on one area, so helps having the extra pair of eyes.
It does.
And later I
And
think...
there's little I don't see.
Indeed. I think I'm also gonna later request for a bloody map in regards to those ships. I'm still curious, even if it's random. It's better to see.
The Neptunia ships.
Yeah.
I mean, most likely it's not random. If it was truly random, it would be probably due to some sort of creature. And even then it would have a hunting pattern.
Indeed.
Actually, if it was true randomness, that'd probably indicate some level of higher thought and planning.
Which is why I kinda wanna see it on the map. Or, preferably, multiple different types of maps.
It'll be hard to differentiate whether or not it's a true randomness type of attack, or it's actually along the lines of trying to protect something, in which case it will look like a hunting pattern. Generally, it'd be good knowledge, but supplementary knowledge. I don't know if you'll be able to get much out of it on its own.
I don't know until I try. You do love maps.
That's always fair.
So, reading up on things. Gives me at least something else to do to help, or try to help. For if there's something I hate is when I don't have anything to occupy myself. Other than, our current assignment with cavalry, though.
The problem is that's going to require group planning.
Yes. That's require group planning. The other issue with the other nation, well, not much to go on from there. At least with our current information, because it's just pure out chaos.
I believe we should be trying to be efficient as possible, but we should not cut corners, such as having people who know the year 2s supplement information that won't help us as year 1s. I think it'd be beneficial if we could actually see what they do. The problem then comes in that for them to actually show off their abilities, Cavalry Lounge would not be the best place.
Indeed.
We may have to have 2 parts.
The
We could
ritual
have a
room?
revolving system. No, bring them into the cavalry room for the discussion part, and when it gets to abilities, a cavalry member will take them out to the training area. Actually witness what they can do.
My line of
The
thought.
problem then comes in that only that cavalry member would have a true understanding of what they actually can do, and it would go down to how well they communicate that into the document.
The only reason why I suggested the ritual room was because it's a room that's away from where most other people are, and who knows, maybe we can have a temporary barrier set up in there so they can demonstrate in a contained manner.
That might be a good idea. I think the next time we run into Fontaine, we can ask that. I believe that's his domain.
I do recall something along those lines. He has a lot of domains. This library is technically his, and the ritual room?
Is this the artifact room? Or are these just the forbidden sections?
The door.
That door. Alright then.
Hopefully it's not too much waiting more. Then again, if they meant the half-hour mark exactly, not from when they actually said it though, in the general sense of the hour, then probably at 6 more minutes or so. Oh, who knows?
In the time between, it'd probably be best for us as cavalry members to go over what we can do with each other.
You mean like right now?
No. When we're in the lounge.
Fair. At the very least, I believe we have at least some rudimentary understanding of at least between you and me. Considering we both were at the tournaments and we both observe each other.
And we've spoken, actually. Of what exactly we could synchronize with. Hello, Kokiri.
Greetings.
Are we waiting for anyone to supervise?
The night Professor Virtues has been keeping an eye from outside.
In that case, is there anything delaying us from going in?
So long as he is around. I did say it would be half-hour mark.
His little board says the room needs to be unlocked. I don't know if that's already happened or not, but I do know that we can't do it.
Indeed. It is probably best first to go through the proper purification. I've done so for myself.
Could you clarify what this is?
This is mostly just a specific type of salt and other bits of powder. The Order uses it to purify ourselves and make certain that certain spiritual abilities cannot get too close to us. It is a simple ritual.
How much salt exactly?
Not very much is needed, and we make sure to not use anything that is too pungent, since many of us are allergic.
Less of a thought of smell. More was thinking about if you were going to purify a cube or how that worked previously.
I did avoid it
imagine.
to an extent. He also stayed back a bit further, but I did not wish to harm in case of your body.
I imagine there's a certain level of salt needed for it to actually start impacting you.
It says in most instances it would take a fair amount to purify slime, I would assume. Most of it is made from the ocean. I was made from a volcano, so I don't know if it'll be too different for me.
That is true. Technically, one is also purified in fire. So in that case, you come pre-purified to that extent.
I wasn't thinking about the purification aspect of it, I was thinking about the fact that salt would draw the water out of you.
It said it would be more likely that it would combine with my body as opposed to drawing moisture out.
In that sense, you are able to at least remove it after a while, like before, yes. Would you be willing then? Just a little bit. Ja. To. Sha. Kai. In. Let's. Sai. Ten. Are you willing?
Do you need me standing?
It is generally not necessary. However, it's probably best not to get the salt all over the table and the books. To. Sha. Kai. Jin. Let's. Sai. Sen. In. Yo. To. Sha. Kai. Jin. Let's. Sai. Sen. it should do for now until we can open the door. The last step would be to purify the doorway.
With the same salt?
No, I use a separate powder for thresholds. It better allows one to see if a spirit has passed through, or has attempted to.
Just gonna take a quick look.
Is this something you learned from your order?
Yes, all the rituals are passed down through the order.
You mean what they're doing about connecting them? Controlling them, and then using them as, well, mana sources.
Creating them. Using them as weapons. Removing mana cycle. Claiming that they wish to destroy it entirely. That is not how the cycle works, and it is not how this world works.
Well, already that goal about removing mana is just a pretense they use in order to bolster numbers. Anyone who
It does
feels
seem
they've
to be a
been...
lie, given what they use.
Anyone who has any sort of negative feeling about the world, or about mana, they feel they got the wrong element, they're not strong enough. They think that if mana was gotten rid of, they'd finally have an even playing field. Not be so pathetic. And so they're given abilities.
It would also mean many of us wouldn't exist in the first place. I'm an example of that.
Not even me and Kuragari, if I'm not mistaken, would technically exist.
I do not believe anyone would truly exist the way that this world currently does. Is that the case?
I have no
very
doubt
much
they'd
connected to
fail.
our mana.
They have no chance to defeat the light.
That is also a somewhat dangerous point of view. That elevates one type of mana over the other, and when it comes to the cycle and the planet's core, all are technically equal there. They all return to the cycle and they all return back. They are all needed.
Except I won't speak for the other elements.
You do not have to. They speak for themselves. As does the planet. The fact that we are all here is a sign of that. I do not believe that an even playing field is one where there is no field, there are no players, and that is what they are attempting to do if what they claim to be is true.
They could genuinely be insane enough to be attempting it. However, the question would be is, how would they even start?
They have already begun in a
Just
sense.
destroy.
No, you cannot. But you can forcibly remove it and contain it.
Are you trying to purposely speak to everybody?
I'm sorry. Sorry.
Okay.
The board said, last time I was in there, one of the times, the Dreamweaver mentioned something about the Gorgon's spirits not being in the cycle anymore. It was gone to something called the Void. Completely removed. I'm not too sure how logical that is or if it's true, but if it is, that would be a good start.
I do not believe that. That goes against everything that this world is. To simply destroy mana entirely is impossible.
This little board says this stuff. From what we heard, the description of the brother themselves goes against the very logic of this world. To have every single element in one body, no matter how colliding they are, would be an existence that can't happen, and yet he does.
Yes, which is why I believe that he may be some sort of construct himself, or an artifact.
Hello, Virtus.
Thank you for a wing in the face.
Apologies. Okay. These are the four.
Yes.
Excuse me for 1 second. Yeah, no, the button for the actual thing is under the desk. The artifact room should be locked now.
Thank you.
I'll have my eyes on you all.
Of course. Wouldn't be on the other way.
I believe you and Cube are the most familiar here. Where is it should we be going?
He immediately traces something on the ground that could be used as an exit if need be.
That is a stone. Greetings again, Dreamweaver. I'm making another attempt. The others here may be able to see things that I do not. Yin, Do, Do, Sha, Kai, Jin, Let's, Zai, Zen. Prepare to move back quickly. Just let me know when she starts to feel that tug back again.
It's starting to draw from you.
Okay.
And I can see the spirit moving around. No features.
I'm alright.
Dreamweaver, I presume.
Yeah, perhaps. Why do I keep getting new bloody faces?
Were you not the one that wanted new faces to see?
I didn't invite the whole bloody campus.
They may be able to see things that I cannot. There is progress, though it is slow.
If you're curious, he's right there. Anything you wish to say?
It's good to meet you, Dreamweaver. I'm Irenaeus Pelham. I can somewhat make out where you are.
To draw again, so I'm going to release this before it gets too.
Pleasure, I guess. So, why are you really here?
I'm curious about the Order. After Israel and Neptunia, what's the plan for the next regions?
As I told the other ones, I don't know. We all kind of work individually.
There still has to be some sort of structure about the Order, as you have been moving in an order. Is that decided by Father?
Oh, you think... Okay. We are all hitting the different nations in our own way at the same time. They're not... Now, if something big happens in an order, so be it, but that's not predetermined or planned. Or maybe it is. Maybe the Father's pulling some strings to make sure some big things happen for some reason. Regardless, there's no grand plan for some big thing to happen here, then here, then here.
Do you know anything about the general and the location of Yisrael?
No, I kind of found the place fucking toxic, so I've never been.
Dreadful. Yeah, it's dreadful.
Yes.
But nothing about the general at all. That entire region.
General. I do know a bit about him, or her. But, well, we just met, and I don't know how truthful I should be right now.
Again,
What's
these are
making
also
you
others
unsure?
who are attempting the same idea that we have.
Like I already told you before, there's only so many things I'm inclined to tell you.
while you guys aren't the direct people who did enemy, you guys are associated and wearing their uniforms right now.
And at the same time, we are also the ones that are directly against the one that you claim to hate right now.
Yes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. We all heard that one before. But
And I am continuing my word. It is slow attempting to pull from the artifact, but I believe I am at least learning more as I go along. I am not going to stop with my part of the deal. And the more we know, the faster we can get to that.
I don't know how this information is going to help with that. So do convince me on that.
Given that there are most probably other artifacts with the other generals, the more we can gather to an extent or learn more about, the more we can deconstruct what is going on here.
Priest, you make, of offerings to those departed, right?
To an extent, yes. There are rituals.
I tell you about this, you give me an offering. How about that?
I would assume that I am already giving you an offering, given that you do not wish to stay here. Generally, the offerings are meant to bring spirits back into the cycle. Is that not what I am doing?
Don't people bring food to shrines or something?
Occasionally. Do you wish for food?
I can go for some herbs right about now. Maybe a salad.
Q pulls a carrot out of his chest.
You better not offer the ooze-covered carrot.
It's back in his chest.
It's probably better to get something fresh. If I'm not mistaken.
At least not literally covered in the mucus of another creature.
Understandable.
I do believe that can be done.
Bloody hell.
You give me a moment.
Also, another thing to point out, the more help we get, the faster, a little bit of revenge can be achieved. Wasn't it the father that put you in this situation?
I actually have a question for you about that.
I assumed then, yes.
From your interactions with the father, how convinced would you say he is of the actual ideals of the cult, removing mana?
Any one of us, he's the most devoted out of us all. And even honestly, looking at this situation, I think that still holds true, for better or worse. Sadly, devoted doesn't mean good or bad in any context. Devoted just means doing what you believe to the T, without regardless what other people feel.
Do you have any inkling about why he's so devout about this?
Honestly, can't seem to tell you. Maybe it has something to do with his bloody past, or maybe something happened to him. Don't know. He never really delved into it. Or maybe he told a fire boy. I wouldn't be surprised.
Can you... The Flame Archer is not the general of Israel. What?
No. I mean, technically he's supposed to be overseeing Phoenix, but he kind of, well, you see, travels from place to place.
And are there generals for every region, or are there even more generals than the regions?
About.
Are there any generals you have met?
Met a few. I've seen them at least once, and that's about it.
It is being retrieved.
Of the ones you've seen, are they mostly human? Other?
Oh, fuck no. I dare say the only humanoid one was probably the archer.
What are the generals you've seen?
Like I said, I've seen them all at least
Totally a
once.
salad.
We had a big meeting, you could say, before all this went down. Or a gathering.
What does the general for Serenity look like?
Bright.
And their species?
Can't tell.
What about like Neptunia or Wyvern?
Oh, that's a lot of different questions for a lot of good goals. I think you originally said Israel, right?
That was the first one, yes.
Okay, well, you did bring the poll, so I'll at least say that much. They look like a female wearing red lipsticks, like in a very fancy outfit, but the truth is, they don't always look like that. They're one of those people that have many faces.
Oh.
Doppelgangers.
Well, I guess that's the term for it. Basically, I don't know what exactly they look like all the time because they don't really look like something all the time.
as in they just deform into something that's not an identifiable species?
Sometimes they come into what they call their true form, and let me tell you, it's not very pretty.
How would you describe it?
Dark, black, sharp claws, and probably eating a person.
Mm-hmm. And that was for Yggdrasil?
Yeah.
I can probably see why they would be there. This is like the perfect working environment for them.
We are all assigned to different places that would feed our expertise.
What was hers?
Information and manipulation. Israel's all about politics, working your way up in order to get power. But if you know the right people, it's like the right tongues, well, you can get yourself basically anywhere in a couple months.
Even a spot on the council.
Mm-hmm. Easy to even replace a current council member without even realizing it. Just pick away the
We were
person.
looking too broad.
Yeah, but that's the case. You could be a face changer. She could be a face changer. I could be a face saver. What if I wasn't dead? Nobody really knows. If you start thinking like that, though, that's how you start stabbing everyone's back.
True. Very much true.
Hello, Fontaine.
Okay, I'm just making sure. Bridges gave you permission?
Yes.
Okay, good, so I don't have to lose my mind.
Same as the rest of them.
Oh my god.
Would you be willing to talk about the other generals? If there were more offerings.
Maybe one more.
I have a
I'm
question
also
about...
willing to draw again. Attempt to. I released the mana quickly.
Unless you all have a different question, I'll keep going ahead. The general in the region of Phoenix Drop, the Flame Archer. Or Fireboy. He is used to transport information between the different generals, as far as I'm aware of.
I mean, kind of, but that's like... Sorry about that. But
is he not
I mean,
used?
I mean, I guess, but that's not like we have like other ways of communication. We're not. He's not our message pigeon, if that's what you're implying.
Do his abilities lend more toward incredibly fast movement? Or moving unseen?
A little bit of both. He'll typically strike you before you see him strike. And if you do start retaliating, he'll probably just poof out of the way.
Do you know why he's, as you've said, father's favorite?
Honest answer? No idea. He's not like the first one of us to get recruited or anything like that. Nor is he the last. I don't know, maybe the father sees something in him that he doesn't see in us. Maybe he has a grander purpose for him. Or maybe he knows he can't fully control him because of his hot-headed nature, so maybe he spun a tale for him. Who knows?
Speaking of that, how would you describe the Flame Archer's personality? Other than just hot-headedness?
Sadistic. If you thought me or the missus did anything bad, you haven't seen nothing yet. He likes killing people slowly when he has the opportunity. He likes using people to test certain things, new curses, new experiments. He did an all eye collection thing for a bit while we were doing our thing in Zirin. And most importantly, he doesn't really care for anyone. He just does his own thing. We couldn't really control him if we wanted to. Guy only listens to the father.
Has the father ever seemed angry at him?
I don't think I've ever seen the father angry, period.
Is the archer a yokai? Thinking about it in that regard, if it's a yokai, then he could be the one responsible. Phoenix Drop is also a location.
Do any of you also have questions about the Flame Archer?
I already know enough from this and the last time I was here. I don't need any more.
Not specifically in regards to a Flame Archer.
Guess one thing I am curious about. You said the general for Serenity is bright. Do you just mean their clothes?
No, I mean just in general. And before you're inquiring, I don't remember seeing wings.
I figured that out when you said you didn't know the species. If they were an angel, you would have known. I assume then, is the Neptunian general aquatic in nature?
Nope. That one actually has a really good reason for doing the things she's doing.
Is she taking out the ships?
Probably. Definitely see that happening. I don't have any
Character, can I tell if
confirmation.
he's been honest about this stuff so far?
He's been pretty honest so far.
I can't say for certain she's doing it. I haven't got a report, but it would fit her MO at the very least.
What makes her able to sink these ships?
Probably something the father did, although I'm not 100% sure what. Maybe she gave her a really good ship. Maybe she gave some magic artifact to Hickey to do something.
You said she had a good reason. You know what that reason is?
Why? You should know the reason. After all, I could sense the reason, the thing you hate the most. A thing you're so passionate about yourself. The thing you advocate so much. After all, slaves retaliating against their masters is a common thing, no?
I see.
That answers all my questions.
That's quite a bit to be told.
I'll
And
attempt
what would
once
you like
more
to do
today
next?
then. Perhaps there will be more progress made this time. You keep an eye on whether
I guess if we're talking about all the different generals, may I ask, is the one in Wyvern a flyer?
That's Sai. Zen.
Is the one wire a liar?
Flyer.
Or the liar?
Flyer.
Honestly, can't remember.
It's drawing from you. He immediately pulls you back.
Thank you.
And your placement was Saren or Saren? Saren. I'm horrible with the country's
No,
names.
that was my No, that was my beloved. I was in Mithens.
Did you also have interest for crystals?
We have interest in all things magical that we can absorb and to drive out of it. So, mana crystals would fall into that category, yes.
Also curious, when you were alive and so on, did you make sure that there were runes in place for your other comrades?
What do you mean?
Oh, the simple ones. I don't know, transportation ones. After all, you have runes on the one end and then the other end.
Give me 1 second. I'm sorry, random anime music just started playing in my hand out of nowhere. I was very confused.
It's your theme.
It's clearly your time.
Clearly. Anyways. I played straps all around my area. But those are my name magic, no runes.
Mm-hmm.
It says just be careful.
It's kind of curious considering, well, you know, by something you guys were not alone when you were doing your operations. Since that one of the other generals got involved.
I'm failing to see what you're picking up.
Hmm.
What runes are you even claiming to have found, and what are you trying to infer?
I'm just curious if you were literally working with transportation runes. After all, you had to get it going somehow.
Not transportation runes, no. Although we did work with teleportation circles, and there is the summoning circles for the golems, but so I guess that is a form of teleportation tactically, but nothing for large scale ones, if that's what you're inquiring.
What system do you all use to get information between each other?
Multiple different ways. Mail, messaging, familiars, grunts. After all, who would be dumb enough to communicate by one means and one means only?
Completely fair.
His little board said, did you even really have that need to communicate? It would appear from what I can see that you're basically acting as a bunch of different individual armies with different leaders that don't really talk. Doesn't seem like what's the point in communicating with each other.
Well, we don't need to, but every now and again, we could. Not saying it was a super common thing, but it's not like we didn't know each other or couldn't ask for each other's assistance if we really needed it. But then again, some are more prideful than others.
Yes, more
Although
recognized
in...
It says, does that mean that the independence is a structural thing? I'm assuming it's at least for situations like you, where if somebody is caught, you can't exactly tell much information about the others. Seems intentional.
How do I put this? If one of us, or one of us have been defeated, the father has probably informed the rest, one way or the other. Communication between each other is a rare thing as a pride, but communication from the father is typically current and frequent.
How long ago were you recruited?
About 3-4 years ago.
Do you have any indication about the oldest of the generals when they were recruited?
Probably a century the latest.
But then again, some folk just live longer than others. Yes,
What was the end goal of what you were doing in Zirin? When would you stop and then go do something else? Mittens.
Our goal was to gather as much of the mana within the country as possible before something like the army gets involved. Then, with our whole mana intel, we return to the father so he can collect it for, how I can put this, a great rejoining. And, sorry to say, some of that with me and my rifle we gathered or we got transported to him.
A rejoining. That is different than a void.
I don't know all the plans are in and out, obviously, but from what I can gather, he's trying to get a large quantity of every different type of mana from every part of the globe for one reason or another.
This goal can't be as simple as literally collect all mana within a single person.
Or a singular artifact.
Yes. That'd be fun. Incredibly simple.
This little boy said, perhaps by gathering enough, he's simply trying to find out how it works. If you can identify how something works fundamentally, you might be able to destroy it. If he's capable of that, he could achieve his goal. You need a lot, though.
I think I've answered enough questions for tonight. I'm probably gonna go back to my eternal rest, or whatever the fuck you can call this.
Limbo?
Yeah, something like that.
For now.
Well, I suppose.
Do you want to do one more attempt, and then we'll leave?
Yes. You have been quite lucky.
Knock yourself out.
Yes. Thank you, Dreamweaver.
Your cooperation has been appreciated.
Do you have an actual name?
What's the point? Doesn't matter anymore.
If you feel that way. Drawing from you.
Immediately calls you back.
I think we've gotten all we can out of this.
Shall we just take a last look around the artifact itself to make sure everything is as it should?
I was just thinking the same thing. Hello, Virtues.
How many
Just
times?
about to leave.
That time I didn't mean it, I swear.
Oh, I believe it's just us left.
Yes. I thought you were still exploring the artifact room, so I thought you were a little curious on the others here.
More like just checking around here, making sure nothing seemingly is out of the ordinary.
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, everything else is contained and nothing's magic's being ciphered out of.
Though...
Not that I could see. There is a trail. Sure you saw it as well.
Yeah, I assumed it was the ghosts pacing around.
It seemed to match up, but that was about as much as I could tell. Where others were looking when they were speaking to him.
He primarily stood right where you're standing right now. It's where he stood for most of the time. Right about here.
Yes. It's about where the trail was. Well, I assume you want us out of here.
Honestly, I don't mind you staying too long if you have questions, but I'm not gonna hold you hostage or anything.
Well, now that you've already offered, I'm going to take you up on that, on what each of these are.
Yeah, of course.
You should have seen that one coming. And why is this one empty?
There are several empty ones.
Artifacts are filled. There's room for more to be contained here, obviously. But as for this is Ziren's head artifact entrusted by the headmistress, the elixir of life. It's currently on this cooldown phase right now, so no, even if you want to use it, no one can use it right now.
No, oh, you have it?
Yes, we have it. In fact, Kisray was the last person to use this. Most people think it's Ziren, and that is what we're going to continue telling people.
Understood. And that key?
Skeleton key. Supposed to unlock the crypt filled with a bunch of unsavory and ancient contraptions and summons from a time long forgotten.
There's the sword you'd mentioned previously.
Yes. From my homeland in the Whispering Woods. As it says to give anyone that slays cuss to start growing vines and fungus on it, slowly creeping upon their body until they're nothing but a husk filled with pus and mushrooms. Although it says the same to all those who wield it are no longer worthy.
Why is it here and not in Pandora?
Because I did not wish my father to have it anymore, because I believe he's no longer worthy.
In this book?
It is a grimoire of golem construction. With these tomes, you can make a variety of different golems, including from components to what materials to how much magic you put.
Where was it originally, before it was here?
I believe originated in Yanshi.
And how long ago
Who was it being
that?
held by in Yanshi?
How long was that? Since you managed to get it yourselves?
The sword?
The book.
Book of Golem Construct.
I think it's been in here for a good 60, 70 years. I think it, if I remember correctly, was a gift of sort, of good faith. Although we can take it in here because we don't want any of the students getting hold of it. Well, it does tell you how to make one, it doesn't tell you how to control them.
It was a gift. Gift from who?
The Kerning ruler of Yancy, I believe. That's a golem heart. If you've seen my mural in the Grand Hall, that's the red crystal in it.
Why is it so large? What kind of golem is this intended to be used in?
A very large one. If I remember correctly, it was a earth golem with gem encryption, but someone was messing with it and intertwined it with metal and gears and constructs.
No one touched this, right?
No one has touched your book.
Okay,
I was going to ask which one of the books was Fontaine's.
That one. That is his artifact. If you've seen his lesson, you know all about that already.
Yes, I was there for it.
It seems he doesn't have very much trust in us. Really thinking we have the sticky fingers, it seems.
That book is the most precious thing he has. And it's not that he doesn't trust you, but if anything was to happen, he would probably kill you.
I'd imagine. I don't think there's anything we could do. At least the composition of these barriers.
Oh, I would. Put it down. Understand?
Thank you, Fontaine.
This has, well, let's put it, 200 years of knowledge, and my 200 years of memories that are in this book. If that gets destroyed, it's just gone. And I have no...
I was at your lesson.
Say again?
At least 20 years of angst.
Oh, fuck you.
I'm sorry.
Yes, I was at your lesson,
Life
but...
that literally every Starborn has a diary by birth.
Yes, I just happened to get lucky that mine was a book.
I was simply going to say I don't know how we even could. Composition-wise, this looks similar to the barrier around the school.
It's more so just because, keep in mind, how do I best put this? I know that, well, for example, Virtues and the other staff members, they're able to freely take things out of these, but I just want to make sure that people are being extra careful around this one. Obviously, all of these need to be treated with extreme care. This is the one that I am just... I very much am keen on this one staying safe. Mostly because
He's paranoid.
it is quite literally my... Oh, sorry. My bad.
I can understand that.
Do you want to lose...
Given the
all your
circumstances.
fucking memories in just one go? Do you want to?
I'm not saying it's not valid. I'm just putting a word to the thing you're trying to describe.
Yeah. Sorry, if 200 years worth of memories is something that I would rather not lose.
I would imagine.
Don't worry, the book is still safe.
Yes.
But I have no interest in injuring your book, Fontaine.
Oh, I'm not saying that you
Or
have any...
capability.
Yes, I'm not saying you have any interest in it, but I just make sure I check in periodically because I just
can-
need to make sure that that thing is staying safe.
I can kinda understand your feeling.
Yes.
You care about your book, I care about my flame.
It's typically used to contain liquids.
Precisely. Oh, yes, 200 years of my memories. Well, I'm currently, if I recall correctly, 207 now. And that would be the culmination of now 200 years of memories down the drain, and I would just be stuck with whatever the last 7 were. Well, in this case, last 6 going, well, last 7 going on 8.
I can also imagine that would also be such a huge loss of knowledge. Troll, you're like one of the leaders of the runic research. Or your families at the very least.
Oh yes, no, I guess my final question. The only thing I would have left for any sort of memory is just what's in my book here, which is just, it's 200 years of a culmination of different spells and such, which is nice, but that one's more important mainly because it's a lot of the memories of just individuals who sadly have passed since I've met them, because albeit some of them are still around, but some of them don't have as long of a lifespan as I do, so it's good to at least be able to refer back to them, at least reminisce on some of the older memories.
Used by someone.
Used by someone. Desert bandits. Although I don't think they truly understand the full capacity of what they were using.
Curious as well. And then there not big topic. Actually, in regards to rune,
Why specifically
how hard is it to make
eating sand?
disposable tracking runes?
If I could take a look,
If that's even a thing.
Disposable tracking means. Well. Well, you could make tracking runes. Making them disposable is a little difficult.
Oh yes, tracking runes in
actually,
general.
no.
Unlikely and rare.
I'm just thinking.
An idea, something you could do. Well, specifically, what do you want to track? A separate individual, or an ally?
Technically, neither.
Is it just a curse? No runes?
I mean, there's.
Are you trying to check like a magic source, or?
More like, you know, you place something and you just know where that item is.
I see. So, for example, if I would, if I want to know where my book is at all times.
Designed for it.
Oh, that's actually quite simple. Honestly, typically you can have something etched into the book. Using that as an example, I can have something etched in there to help me track it at all times, but if I want it disposable, then I can effectively have something more so attached to it. So, which has the rune etched into it. So, for example, let's say...
I don't think these ones are particularly dangerous of any sort. But
I can use, this, for example, the staff here. So, if I wanted to, let's take, theoretically, the small little tassel on the bottom there. If it was something that's detachable, then effectively you could use, for example, the small little, the flower sigil. You could have that be the rune, and so long as this is attached to the staff, by at least some means, basically it's part of it, then you have a means of tracking it. But once the little tassel is removed, then it just tracks only that, basically, because you're tracking that which is, where it is. So as long as it's basically connected to it, it acts as a constant tracking. So that is one way to have something that is disposable because, for example, you could attach something to, again, going back to the staff, you can have the rune on there to track it, then once you find it and you retrieve it, then all you can do is just remove said tassel, and it's just a staff again, just without tracking.
Which answers all my questions.
I see.
Now, if it's etched into it, then it's no longer something that's really disposable.
Fair.
You mind, like, I can do the same thing with something like, for example, the uniforms here or your pins. If I want to track, for example, Mr. Irenaeus, I could etch a tracking rune into his pin, and that way, if he needs me to keep track of where he is, if he's going somewhere dangerous, then effectively I have a means to keep an eye on him, even though not literally seeing him, just more so an idea of where he is. But the moment that, let's say, if he gets into a bit of a fight, if the pin gets knocked off of him, then, well, essentially I don't have a means of tracking him now.
There goes the tracking.
Fair.
Tracking runes are good because they can be both disposable and indisposable. It all is just a matter of how exactly you're using it. Are you just attaching it to something that the rune is etched onto, or are you etching the rune onto the item that you want to track?
I was just curious about it in concept, in general.
Of course, yes, that was just mostly, that wasn't so much a question, but just the statement there. That as the question to consider when you're working on tracking runes.
I do wonder. I'm gonna just be straight up with you guys. The reason why I'm asking is, if we know, for example, these cargoes that they're specific after, that you mentioned, water crystals. Does merchants normally have something to track their cargo? Or
I'm unsure if it's actually anything to do with the cargo. At least from speaking with the Dreamweaver. I'm unsure if it has anything to do with the actual, well, the cargo, magically wise. It sounds like it's actually motivated from hatred towards slavers.
Keep in mind, when it comes to cargo, at least, not every shipment, at least this is coming from me, at least for the on-sea ports, not every shipment is going to have tracking runes for any of their deliveries because, well, some of it's just stuff like wood and cloth, or even just some food, but for more, at least for more rare resources or more high-value resources like certain minerals, for example, gemstones even, or even some metals, then obviously there's going to be stuff like that actually with tracking runes somewhere on them. Because obviously, so it's more likely that you're going to have someone trying to steal your shipment if it contains stuff like, for example, I believe, like runic steel, for example, as opposed to, oh yes, we want to steal your shipment of like silks and cloth, you know. It all depends on what exactly is being shipped.
Hey, I was just curious.
Yes, because most
In case you're
bandits are
wondering,
going to just...
that bowl is an offering.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I'm unsure if the spirit can actually eat it, but
A simple bowl for some information.
it was a salad. It's a bowl of salad.
Also, I suppose might as well be worth sharing them to you two if you didn't hear. One of those play generals is a doppelganger.
The Israeli one. Which means it may
Huh.
be fully possible. The original concept idea that they entered, or they're part of the Israeli Council, is still viable. And it has nothing to do about when they may have joined the council. I'm unsure of any methods, at least I know of, to be able to verify if someone is or is not a doppelganger.
Well, the only means I know of really checking, which sadly is not, a very conclusive method, is using fire, because, it is something that is not very much it's very much a weakness to doppelgangers. But at the same time,
And something you don't really want to use in Israel, especially on the lower levels.
yes, one,
Not
you
to
don't want to
mention
use
if
it
you
in
just
Israel.
run up to a council member and just like, hey, here's some fire, you're gonna look like a bloody insane person.
Yes. That, coupled with the fact of what Irenaeus mentioned of if it's in lower parts of Israel, that could cause problems because one gas leak can go blow up the whole fucking place. Another thing being, keep in mind, it's also not that conclusive because even if those two factors were completely out of the question, if a person has ice affinity, then already that's just null and void, because now you don't know if it's the ice affinity or if it's because they're a doppelganger. So there's that. And on top of that, there are several other
there
things
is a
that
subtle way
don't
to
do
tell.
too well with fire.
Doppelgangers aren't just weak to fire, they're psychologically, they psychologically hate fire. So it's not just like, ooh, fire hurts me, it's like, fire bad, fire have to go away. It's a psychological problem. That's the key difference.
Oh,
fair enough, then.
I'm
We also got confirmation.
Hello. I wanted to
The
see if the
flame
situation
archer
was
is
done
the
yet.
general for Phoenix drop.
Of
More or
fucking
less.
course, it's from Phoenix.
The question Virtue is actually about doppelgangers.
At some point, I would actually want to see.
No,
how
question about it. Is that you were
that
saying
puppet again.
it's purely psychological. How do you differentiate if it's actually a psychological thing of a normal person with
Which
fire
one?
versus someone, who's doppelganger?
The archer.
Yes. I'll. Sometime next week we'll make sure to show you then.
Wonderful.
Traumatic thing about my backstory. Whether I was in a house and my family were yada yada.
Yes, wanna. Yeah,
Alright.
see. Just making
Used to say
sure
when you poke out any liar, you
about something.
tell their story. But
And also
I
the
think
Phoenix.
it's going to take a while.
Yes, and also just so it's not misconstrued,
Isn't
the
a surefire.
of course the art was it. Of course, he's from Phoenix. Comment is more so on the fact of
They already put their foot
from Phoenix. I see a lot of individuals who are either very much skilled with fire magic or very much like at least
Okay, so just find the
well,
contradiction,
how do I put this?
basically.
They're either pure fire or they have usually some fire in at least affinity to them. At least ones that I've seen. So one of those things of like, oh, maybe it's someone else. Nope, it's fire. I'm just like, damn it.
I assume it was a very long interrogation.
But then again, people who usually in Phoenix who dabble in any sort
was
of
also showing
fire magic are usually fairly skilled. It's like Pandora with dark magic that Usually, individuals who come from there who are dark magic users are going to be a lot more well versed in that since, oh,
It surrounds them all the time.
yes. Case in point.
Yeah, the specific words for the description
The
of
fact
the
that you're
general
saying
of
that you're really
Israel.
good with dark magic because you're from Pandora. It's literally, you're pretty much surrounded by that shit.
I mean, correct.
Just like Phoenix with, well, Phoenix with fire, Pandora with dark magic, etc., things like that. It's just, you're pretty much just like, oh, cool, this is second nature to me. And she with
I
clay.
cannot help something I was born with.
It's one thing you can work on at least. Just not having such a deadpan, stare the entire time.
But that's one of my defining traits.
So is being an asshole.
Yeah, and it takes one to know one.
Oh, very
It's been a wonderful conversation.
Yes.
Fair enough. But either way, we simply just poke fun at one another. It's nothing. Just so you don't think it's actually us, like, hating each other here. This is how I show my... in the best words of the headmistress, is how we show appreciation for one another.
If we
Like,
truly
having
hate each
taken
other,
that-
one of us will be dead at this point.
Oh, I know
True.
the friendly hazing. I'm aware of it.
Ah, that's right.
It's not
Kofi
so
did
much-
say this was one giant hazing. How could I
No.
forget?
It's not a hazing. What are you...
Bicker.
I don't know.
I think that's a good word for it, but bickering.
Why is Kyo talking about night lives?
It looks like an
an
entire crowd.
Only a cat.
Aura, not
and
Aurora.
There's Dio and Arlo and what the
Professor.
fuck? And
Aura. Apologies. A lot of people like different wording for things.
So what is it?
I'll try to get the accent. I'm bad with it. I wanted to hear your words of how everything went for the most part.
Well, we have now new information to work with.
Yes, that I heard, and...
We're dealing with the doppelganger.
Oh?
Use her still as a generalist, a doppelganger.
Yuzuru has a doppelganger.
That...
And then I also heard Archer is in charge of Phoenix Drop.
We also know that the Neptunian one does it because, well, I believe the wording was, of course they would rebel against, well, a slave would rebel against its master, or something like that.
Of course, the slave would rebel against its master for doing it.
My word may not be exact there, though. Essentially, someone that was very unfortunate from just taking out its vengeance on its nation.
That might explain why all the ships actually were... I mean, you heard about the rumors and things that are happening in
yes.
Neptunium, correct?
I am fully aware, like, for crying out loud, though, I was literally trying to figure out, like, what is it, like, was the cargo really taken, was it not? What I also heard was, not from them, though, water crystals might be the target or something like that. A lot of unsorted info.
I mean, I don't know exactly what you heard, but what I have heard and seen, a lot of the attacks are
everywhere across the Neptunian place, so it's not just one location. There's no cargo typically left behind, so no, like, bodies or anything else like that. And I believe the food is typically left floating.
Left alone. Virtus did say water crystals or some other things disappeared.
Yes, and people are trying to say it's pirates or a Loch Ness monster, but I don't believe either of those.
And we also know that Neptunian commander is not aquatic in nature.
Interesting.
So either their artifact allows them to destroy the ships, maybe they have a ship from the father. Nothing concrete.
No. The only way would probably be is to bait out with a ship, but that's risky in itself.
Which is why I'm kind of curious about disposable tracking runes. Put a bunch of tracking runes on different cargo ships and let's go fishing. Something like that's probably not gonna work.
It would give us locations of where the attack happened at, but I don't think it would help us figure out what. Unfortunately.
Like, one idea was literally that just popped into a head that was still stupid. Just get a tracking rune, get what is his name, Onyx, create some water crystal all around that tracking rune so it just appears as a, you know, normal water crystal and, you know, fishing. Those stupid ideas. They're also collecting manas, and apparently there's something about the great conversion, great joining or something like that.
See, my thoughts are that they're trying to target the world's mana vein for the most part. I mean, each area has a prominent thing. Mythins being wild magic, obviously. Pandora was what, darkness, something like that, and Nanteria is probably ice. Things like that.
And the only other information was it? The one from Serenity is yes, bright. Quite a lot going on there.
Yeah.
The most important part, we have at least identified one species of one of those commanders.
So one thing at a time. I mean, I also heard they're not really in cahoots with each other. I heard.
Independent armies. No, they all
answer the arc.
They all. No. The father.
Oh, the father. Okay.
Another means they do is literally communicate via grunts, though. They rarely need to communicate with each other, more that communication with the father. That's more frequent.
You know, that actually reminds me. They keep talking about making artifacts of people and then it shattering, right? Did anyone ever figure out how to create an artifact?
I don't think that has been answered.
I think it's a question worth asking them.
Though for now, they are back in their slumber. After all, we already bombarded them enough with questions for one night.
Yes, and then we get questioned for a third, and he'd be like, again? With the questions?
Make sure we have plenty of salads. That's apparently the price.
I've been told.
You want salads?
Yeah, offerings.
Have you spotted Professor Fontaine at all?
He left a while ago.
Earlier, yes, but he disappeared again.
I know. I want to try and catch him before he lays down for the night. Apparently he has some notes for me that he keeps forgetting to tell me. So I'm going to be on the prowl.
Good luck.
Understood. I mean, sometimes shouting out Professor Fontaine will work out. Hang on, I wonder if I can say it for that.
So all this salad, you finally got that information then?
Yeah. Most of the information was paid by just giving him a salad.
Understood.
For example, I don't know if you heard that we're dealing with a doppelganger.
I'm aware. Don't know much because no one tells me a lot of things, but I do know some.
Basically, the one in Yggdrasil, I'm horrible with that name, is a doppelganger, so it could literally be anyone.
Okay.
And their speciality is information and deception. What you would expect from a doppelganger.
Here's a question for you, actually. I don't know if I mentioned it to you, but as you know, harpies can talk to the wind, yes?
I am fully aware of that. There's so
yes,
many...
no, sorry, I'm just leading my thought process here. What do you think there would be capable then of someone smoking out the wind? Because the wind was not able to talk to me anymore as it's being choked.
What do you mean? Actually, can we sit down? I'm tired of standing in the
yes,
artifact room.
absolutely. Please choose anywhere. Please choose anywhere.
Let's just sit here, so we don't have to walk far, so we can just continue the conversation quick and easy.
Basically, I mean, like, you know how we're communicating right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's say the situation, because when I say smoke out the wind or choke it, I mean, like, one of us loses our voice, and then they can no longer communicate other than go, and then, you know, yes or no.
I'm honestly a little bit unsure. Because the wind is an element, and choking it out, well... Then again, we already know that they can do ridiculous stuff, like creating spirits and so on, so... And...
Warning, warning, you're all about to be teleported.
We're gonna have to talk more later.
Oh shit, oh shit! Warning, warning, you're all about to be teleported.
Press again!
Oh shit!
Get teleported.
Oh shit!
I learned too much.
I wanted to talk to you about it, but I was talking about it with Aura.
We learned too much too fast. It was rapid fire.
Yeah, we're gonna have to sit down and like point everything
We
down.
learned about the generals of basically like 4 different regions. We learned about the species of them. We learned about the flame archer. We learned about everything in the artifact room.
She found that out.
Alright, everybody, just to real quick do the usual regular scheduled programming. The lobby is currently closed for the aspect of the After Dark. However, if you were in the middle of a conversation or scenario, you are happy to go in for 5 to 10 minutes. I'll be here. If you need longer, please.
Our talk is gonna be way more than
I'll
5
be
to 10
here.
minutes,
If
I'll be
you have
honest
any
with you.
questions before doing your little quick after scene, come talk to me.
Yeah, that's
I'll be
why
here
I'm
by
gonna like.
the white and black button.
And that and like, you know, my hands are almost dead. I mean, granted, they're at 20, but you know.
You are a gem, buddy. I appreciate
Yeah,
you.
almost the same here.
Let me know.
We if need be, we could like do a vocal scene, but yeah, it's also like, you know, it's late o'clock. I mean, because like Mal wanted to talk to you, see what you learn, obviously, see what they did, and then kind of bounce off ideas because of like, you know, hearing things.
Irenaeus was still very focused, so when he heard Fontaine and Virtue started shit posting, he just went on out and
that's
just
why
left.
I was like, dang it, and that's why I was like, okay, let me just turn to Aura
I just went
here.
outside. I taught Stone and Europa the lesson of you really should look up. I watched their spar and neither of them noticed for like 5 minutes.
That's fine, because you're the
No,
best.
yeah, nobody looks up. Nobody looks up.
Yeah, and then like I muted it and I went, "Gamers don't look up," and I was like, I could kill both of them right now. But I won't. But I could. But I won't. But I could.
It would be so easy.
It would be so easy. Which, yeah, I do like that as Irenaeus, instead of like training with spars, all I'm really gonna train is accuracy. Because when I hit something, it dies. So I need to make sure I hit exactly what I want and nothing else.
But yeah, Mal would like to talk to Irenaeus about the whole thing of how what he learned, obviously. Like, so, you know, I don't know if Irenaeus would even bother talking to Mal about that.
Right now, he has to get a lot of his thoughts in order. There was so much rapid fire, disjointed and disconnected because we kept revisiting topics.
Yeah.
It was sort of a rolling conversation that would like go off to a different subject, and then I would like get a thought and be like, hold on, no, answer this.
I believe like if we ever get the next opportunity to do one of those flight questions, we basically should just.
I want to write down everything and get my thoughts in order. Yeah, instead of being like, hey, you want to go talk to the
just
dream
before
leader?
I go in to do a quick thing with
yes.
passive, if any of you want to finish a conversation or have a quick conversation, please talk to me at the red button. I am happy to hold it for 5 to 10 minutes or longer. Please just come talk to me and I'm happy to host a little scene for you guys.
But yeah, like that's the thing that I was wondering about, because that's one of the things Mal's aware about for their leader, is that they can smoke out the wind. And that's what Mal was trying to tell Aura about.
Yeah, and I won't lie, it kind of like sparked like a slight little thing that she just want to confirm, because last I checked we have not double checked the species of the archer, and it's like, wait, they are from that nation, or they're working within that nation. It's like, oh, let's just check so they're not what I think they are.
Transpire with you. Oh, okay.
Oh, you know what? Actually, that's kind of funny now that I think about it. Remember, the information I got was that the archer was in Israel, but wasn't the archer working in Pandora?
I don't know. Most of my time it's been with Siva.
I don't know, the archer works in Phoenix.
Phoenix, sorry, it was Phoenix. I think the doppelganger is running around as the archer.
It could be that, or it's also like another thing that just comes into mind, like, it was like, I just need to double check you, just a quick glance. Like, the archer's not a yokai, is it?
I mean, the thing is that I wish I could say too. I wish I could say what commander I saw. I saw a commander that freaking showcased the Mal, and I was like, I don't know what they look like. They just said it was a. I thought someone said Mal. But they just said it was a commander. I'm like, do you have what it looks like? And they, you know, haven't confirmed anything yet. So
I would not be surprised if it's the actual commander of that region, and then it's like, yeah, it would make sense.
It probably is. But I can tell you, it wasn't Archer who showed himself to me.
Yes, which also is like, yeah, you see one of their forms.
Almost twice tonight.
If it's the one with 100 faces, it's like, well, see one face, yes, put on a new face.
Like I told her, I caught her.
Yeah, but also like
during the.
I guess because like the other thing I'm about to say, like when because like he would have obviously explained that situation, but when I asked about it, there was no magic. I thought it was clairvoyance, but there was no magic detected. So what was it that I saw?
That's,
Also, hey, Lance. Hi. So you know how
The only reason why also Aura is like, I need to just double check this one, is because if it's like yokai, it's like, if it's yokai, then it's like spirits. Easy every time.
So whenever you see a Mel, you see the spirits calling her dumbass and yelling at her.
So choking them out.
Damn. Okay.
From my understanding, so elementals are different from the wind. That's my understanding, actually. The wind is his own thing.
This is true.
And I think so. Like basically each one is in a different category. There's spirits, elementals, and then the wind is his own thing. So definitely something to ask though to clarify.
I don't know.
Yeah.
People haven't told me anything about the spirits around campus, but Amel can see and hear.
Give me a second actually too, because like Storm.
Hi.
I actually was using this for freaking Mal's playlist, believe it or not.
Well,
That's funny.
you guys, I want to thank you guys for watching. I hope it's been enjoyable.
He's dead. I'll have to ask him later.
Thanks
But it was
for-
also nice to hear when